All right. It said connection was unstable. Not sure why. It's never happened before. I don't know why that would happen. So we're back on. I'll be waiting for everybody to join before I start talking again. And I will give you things I have coming through. Hi again. We're back on. I'm not sure what the heck was going on. I don't know what was wrong. It just kept saying unstable connection, so I'm not sure why. Sometimes if I don't do a download fast enough or something like that, it just my computer acts up. Thank you, everybody. We're back on. We're back over here again. So, as I was stating before, uh, I want to give you guys a little bit I have so far. These are just some random names coming through, but I noticed a lot of the time when I'm here, a lot of hi everybody. A lot of the times I get a lot of male names here. When I had my office space in my basement, I would get a lot of females. So um, I think a lot of it is where here the property, the land seems really off here. It seems very it's a different atmosphere here at night than it is during the daytime. So I definitely would say when I do my paranormal investigation here, if you guys want, I can do it live. I just that's just something you guys have to let me know because what I usually do is I record. Um, so I usually record a session, um, and I can do a live one here. It's just I don't know how great it would be. I'd have to have little lights set around, and EVP recorders up, things of that nature. So if you guys are good with that, at some point I'm going to be doing that. Um, yeah, mom went through a lot. I gotta say, she fought her best fight. She had this freak thing happen to her at first. This what was the actual. This thing had not. What happened to her had actually nothing to do with her heart at first. Um, she had a hysterectomy, and this is something I want to talk about with you guys because I think it's important as women. Um, because this was such a freak thing that happened to her. It's uh, it's rare, but it happens. Um, whoever, how many of you here have had a hysterectomy? How many of you have had a C-section? Um, and this isn't to scare you guys, okay? My mom, she had a hysterectomy at a very late age. She was 72. She had cancer in her uterus. And she has been fine, no pain, no nothing. A piece of scar tissue from that area, from her hysterectomy, actually, and this should be a mandatory, now that I've spoke to numerous doctors on this should be a mandatory thing for women with hysterectomies because this is such a dangerous occurrence that it could hit you. And this is, like I said, not to scare anybody. This is such a dangerous thing that could happen. But the problem is there's no testing for us women for something of that nature. She had a piece of scar tissue grow around her intestines, and then it slowly closed off her lower bowel. And um, it was so terrible. She had to have almost 80% of her bowel redacted. And it was terrible because, she went through hell. She went through hell and she healed from the surgery. Um, but what happened after that was she had complications with her heart from having to work so hard, and her lungs. It just couldn't take the hit. The other part healed, and the doctors did such a wonderful job saving her life with that part. But after that surgery happened, she was in the hospital for almost 40 days and 40 in the ICU. And The really sad part about that is I promised that she was coming home. And never promise someone if they're coming home, first of all, because you don't have that control. Um, but my mom, she saw the doctors after her hysterectomy. She kept up with every appointment, and this the doctor said this is such a freak thing that happens sometimes to women, that scar tissue can grow it in that way. So, and I'm going to give you the symptoms she had. She had constipation, she had pain in her stomach, she had gas. If it gets to be more reoccurring and more reoccurring and more reoccurring, you guys need to ask to see a stomach doctor, get a CAT scan, get something to see in that area. Um, the only problem is that, as the doctors told my mom, they couldn't see it because it wasn't inflamed at the time of every test she ever had. It has to be an inflamed, irritated annoyance, because sometimes we just have scar tissue inside our body that just grows, but they never picked it up because it was not inflamed for the CAT scan to pick up. Oh, here's Dana says the hysterectomy at age 28, ovaries had ruptured cyst and scar tissue grew to my bowels. So this is a common, well, somewhat common thing. 3 surgeries for the complete hysterectomy and repair. That can put on a tremendous amount of stress on a body that is 80 years old. Um, my mom was 80, and she would have been 80, and um, it just took it from her. It just all of it took it. It just She healed, you know. She was able to digest food again, but her lungs and her heart couldn't take the hit at such a late age. So um, it was constant. It was constant. One day she would make it just a little bit better, and then she'd be knocked back 3 steps, and it was a really hard thing to watch every single day. And then I don't know if you guys have heard of, when you're in the ICU for so long and you're an elderly patient, you begin to have a form of ICU dementia, they call it. You don't really have dementia. It's just from being woke up, from being poked and prodded all the time, being moved, being, she had to have switched side to side every 2 hours. So she was constantly being bothered. She never got sleep. There was always noise. And that kind of thing can really put stress on the mental clarity of someone who is elderly. Cindy, if possible, you should talk to the doctor. Not that, it doesn't mean that's what it is, but I never knew that could happen. For me, that is like such a wow factor, because the night before all of it happened, she was playing with my grandson, her great grandson, at my table. She was coloring, she was laughing. I woke up and she said she didn't feel well, she didn't want breakfast, and then she started really like belching severely. She had severe pain. Like, it almost, you ever have like a very very bad stomach bug, to where your stomach just hurts really bad and you vomit, and you that's what it was like. I said, "Oh mom, you probably just got really form of gastritis, bad gastritis." So she went into the ambulance, and unfortunately she never came home. She never came home. Almost 40 days in the ICU. So my absence has been really, I've shared I've shared some things with a few people on here that have checked in. Um, and I've tried to keep people updated as much as possible when I can. Um, but only a few people have seen that side of me being in the hospital with my mom and things of that nature. So my suggestion is, anybody that has stomach pain after a hysterectomy, go get a random checkup here and there, because such a freak thing that could even happen. I mean, it was said on here, so it must be some sort of common thing as we age, because I have never heard of such a thing, of scar tissue growing around a bowel. And killing the bowel. So, hello, Mitzi Collins, Nikki Chambers. My sister, she had a hysterectomy too, and she said she's had nothing but issues since she's had her hysterectomy. Cindy, I have been having pain in my right side, so yeah. Yeah. And I feel like when you guys have those types of surgeries done, I don't feel like there's any empathy behind those surgeries. I think they treat the very small aptitude of it and then they just send you home packing without any kindness towards it. How are you feeling? Do you feel I feel like some people need to stay in the hospital extra and women don't get that option. We just get told you're going to be fine, go home, relax. They don't tell you this could happen to you, which is this should be something that's stated in every single legal formality when you have a hysterectomy. Scar tissue can grow, it can do this, it can do this. Because I feel like that's not even mentioned to women that have hysterectomies. I don't know, Joyful Dolphin. Like I mean, Cindy on here said the same thing too. So it happens to people, and I think it happens as you age. Um, so I'm not sure, but I'm assuming this is a ending of a or beginning of a longer name. Um, so yeah, just be vigilant on paying attention to your body. If you feel something's wrong, my mom had no clue. It hit her out of literally out of nowhere. So for me, that's what threw me off. I said to the doctors, and she was fine. I just don't know. I just don't know how that could happen as bad as it has. I have endometriosis actually. I won't get a hysterectomy unless I really, really, unless I really, 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 really need to. Okay, Jack. All right. Let's talk about Jack for a minute. I need to know what Jack means. Is it Jackson or is it Jack? And who is this for? Okay. Because this is coming from my male side. I hear the word Jack. Uh, I don't know if I'm supposed to say this word on here when someone's life is taken, and then the number two, and also Lil. I have someone in my family named Liliana, or but we call her Lily. Lily. So I'm not sure if these two are together, like as in a one type thing. I have a Jack grandfather nickname. Okay. Amanda S says Jack and Lily missing kids. I'm not sure who those kids are, honey. Most surgeries are outpatient, and thankfully I have my daughter who's around. That's great, Ginger. That's awesome. Closer to you, Donna. There is a Jack and Lily missing. Okay. Oh, here. Okay, this must be. This must be. This must be. This must be in the news and stuff like that. Then. Okay, so you guys know who I'm talking about then. Okay. The missing children from Canada, Jack and Lily. Um, hold on a minute. I'm gonna catch up with your messages. I just wanna be vigilant on what I'm hearing here. I hear the word south. Look south. Look south. Um, okay, let me just word it this way. Mother, take, let go. I'm not getting a full sentence. What I'm getting is south, look, look south basically from wherever the location is or wherever they live or whatever the address is. Look south. Mother, take, let go. Um, Jack is four. Lily, oh, they're babies. I felt like I was in Switzerland because in the ICU department, you, my mother didn't care for TV, so we didn't have TV. We didn't have, um, just sat with her because she would always want to talk and talk and talk as much as she can. So I'm kind of behind on anything on here, guys. So if um, if something comes through, definitely please validate it because I don't know. I don't know what's been going on in the news. I just haven't had time. Let me leave where. Let's see, where did I leave off? Okay, Susie. Yeah, that's what I said. Look south, Nova Scotia, all over the news. Jack is four, Lily is six. From can someone send me pictures of the kids? Um, okay, let me just write the place down, and maybe I can get something from it. Hold on. I want to hold on this. Manitoba. That's what it is. Manitoba. Um, the Sullivan siblings. Siblings. Okay, so they are siblings, and their last name is Sullivan. Sullivan. Okay. Okay. 1 second. Time, matter, case, give, whole, sever. Um, doesn't sound like they're alive to me. I'm sorry. Um, this is coming from a female. Um, I'm just sorry. Okay. Let me just make sure someone, because I asked for pictures of the children. Okay. Oh, look at them. Babies. Okay. Nova Scotia. Um, head, 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 head. Um, pull, head, pull. Um, angry. Mom. I'm not sure if the mother. I'm going to keep looking at these photos because I'm pulling in things from the photos. Um, I have the words time, matter, case, give, whole, sever, head, pull, angry. Also the word mom. Um, and time. Time keeps getting spoke of. So I feel like there's a time discrepancy in what's being possibly said out there. Um, sever again. Um, I'll catch up on all of your things going here, guys. Okay, I do apologize. I'm just trying to stay focused on this one thing here. Um, step. I mean, that could be something you step on or step parent. Um, step, give. Um, mm, I'm drawn. I'm drawn into the mother. The mother seems to have. Um, to me, the mother has more knowledge of what's going on, what happened. And I'm making this symbol to you guys because I feel like I need to. I don't know why I'm doing this. This is something spirit is doing. This is like being pushed to do this symbol with my hands, like a whoosh, like a. I'm not sure what this is yet. Hold on, I gotta catch up here, guys. Um, they have been missing for a month. Okay. Stepdad, only one speaking to media. God, that sounds like Sebastian Rogers' case. Stepdad's only one speaking up, huh? Yeah, that's strange. Tower circle follow power lines that split. Hi, Chloe. Sorry, guys. Um, time matter case give both. Or yeah, yes, Susie Q. Yes, that's. Um, I need to go back. I'm going to go back to the pictures for a second, and I'm going to see what else I can draw in from them. But mom comes to mind immediately. Can can, like a could be a garbage can. It could be. Just let me get more into that because I don't want to just blurt off random words and not understand. I need to get more into depth what that means. Drama Bradley, yeah, we got that too. The mother knows more than okay, that father, but I think they both have, but they knew what happened. I'm sure, but for some reason, and it also has to do with the girl more than the boy. I'm assuming. Wait, let me remember what her name is again. Is it? I think I said I think it was Lily. Our CMP states seen on May 1st. A second, early second. Look at that. Look at the rhyme. Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pill of water. Before me. Girl is Lily. Okay. Um, whatever reason, it's almost as if sometimes in sibling cases like this, I believe it's the Laura. Is it Daybell or am I saying it wrong? I'm getting probably something mixed up there. Um, my sister's following that case, so I don't even know if I'm saying the name wrong or right. Um, for some reason, one of the children were um, one of the children um, received. They both received a certain amount of torture that way, but one more so. And that's what I'm getting here about the girl. I'm not saying she was tortured. No, please forgive me on that. But something surrounding her specifically, but it's almost like the boy was present, so he would have said something. I'm not sure what the last name is, dear Tina. Bello. Okay. Hello, Colleen. It's good to see you. Oh, I did say it right? Okay. So it is Daybell then. Okay. And you know, I was thinking about something the other day, which it's almost like poor Summer's case, Summerwell's case, that sweet little girl, her case paved the way for more sick people to get rid of their children that way. Um, it's really a staggering number to see how many parents pay attention. And if you really look at it, Summer's mother, oh, I was only gone 2 minutes and she just disappeared. You have Sebastian's mother. He was going to bed, and that's the last time I saw him. It's a more of a. It's almost like it was lined up that way to. They saw that. That's going to be my excuse. They can't prove it, can they? It's very twisted. Videos of Lily at birthday party screaming loud. Mom claims on spectrum for autism but never diagnosed. Okay. Lily went first and Jack came after. Okay. Lily is 6, Jack is 4. Oh. Hi, Miss Risa. It's good to see you, sweetie. I hope there's something going on in Summer's case. That would be such a blessing. Anybody, anybody that can get me brought home, whether they are alive or the other, at least there's peace somewhere, you know. Um, but um, Lily and Jack, Lily and Jack. I hear Lily and Jack again. So to me, uh, I'm pulling in she. Oh, this is so gross. I can't believe people are like this. She would have been the one to have first. Um, and then young Jack followed. Um, this is not an abduction. Um, mother involved. I hear mother involved. I'm assuming this has to be like a grandparent speaking for the children. Um, well, wherever they're looking, at least they're looking. That's a great thing. At least something is coming up to the point where someone must have called in a tip, and it sounds credible. So that means they're doing something. The other one got hurt and fell on the table. Fell, they hit her. I'm not sure what. I don't want to say that if I didn't get it here. Um, something about angry. There it is again. Angry. Also angry and stepdad. Mom knows. Um, can I have something personal about Lily and Jack specifically that is not here, that no one knows? No one knows here. Cam, something about Cam. Now that could be a person's name, or um, are we saying Cam like camera or can? I hear CAM. Okay, I'm being corrected. It's CAM, not can. It's being said back to me. It's CAM. I wonder if this means camera or like a person's name. So let's. What about what about Lily and Jack? Do I need to state here today? Um, something about Lily's neck. Um, I'm going to say how I see it, but this could mean a different reference. Okay. I see almost like something tied around her neck, not something that she put herself. No, I'm talking about something like rope or string or something to drag out something around her neck. Um, I'm not sure if that is yet. So, what about uh, what about Lily's neck? You're showing me something about Lily's neck. We'll do one child at a time. This way, I can understand what you're trying to tell me. Um, I'm being told about something. It's almost like I'm getting a was she, something that she wears, like the shirt. It was a short sleeve shirt. Um, it had something like here, like striped color, or not bold striped colors, but almost like there was a design on the shirt, like it looked like this. Um, almost like little girl blue jeans, almost sneaker type. What do you mean Jack made it? Um, Four of the neighbors' trail cams did not have a card in it to film. Neighbors had cameras in the woods, I think. Yes, neighbors have many trail cams on the property. Um, they think it was another man there, but they didn't prove it yet. Somebody was owned a property other than other mother's stepbrother. Okay. Um, I'm not aware of what birthday party you're talking about. Hold on a second. I just got this severe flutter in my heart. It knocked the wind out of me. That tells me a sudden adrenaline rush from when someone you ever get so scared, the adrenaline is rushing into you and you almost like lose your breath. The weirdest thing happened to me when I saw the first picture of Jack. Just give me one more. Just give me a moment here. My breath was just like taken out of me. Hi, Sharon B. Um, just have to take a second, guys. I don't know if you guys can see my face, it's all red. I feel like the wind's been knocked out of me. um, that was a really sudden as I'm saying a word, it like hit me hard. Um, it's almost like it was like a super adrenaline rush um, to the point where it almost stopped me from breathing. Eh, Things like that happen, but not that severe. Um, I'm hearing the word chest. Um, I feel like whatever happened to Jack happened here, like something to the point where it would have knocked him unconscious. It just took the wind out of him. The kid's boots and Lily's backpack missing. Said was white with strawberries on it. Lily wearing pink shirt and pants. Jack maybe okay. Wow. Excuse me. It slowed me right down for a second. That's terrible. I'm hearing the word, Mom, tell him to stop. Tell him to stop. It makes me feel like Mom was present at the time. I don't know if the stepdad is not in my energy field. I'm not picking up him much about him yet, but I keep getting Mom, Mom, Mom. So Mom is a big factor in what happened to these children. I'm sure both of them are, but Mom more so. Oh, I'm almost nervous to call back on them. That really almost, and it's right in the heart, right in the heart. It's not even here. It's the heart itself, the heart for Jack. Something to do with Lily's neck and Jack's heart. It's a weird word to get. And the word crown. crown. You guys can, I don't know what to ask in this, so you guys can come up with some questions. But please, we're not talking about sacrificing children or anything like that. These children right now, to me, have not moved forward to the light. Um, I don't feel that at all. Usually, I can tell when someone's in the light and they come down to speak versus the ones that are not crossed over yet. And I feel like whatever this was happened so fast that um, I'm aware. I'm being told their lives were taken. Someone just, the female just told me their lives were taken. They were. Amanda S. says the parents neglected them and did not supervise them. Stepdad took a polygraph but reported mom obtained a lawyer. CPS involved took 18 months. Mom is Native American. Um, that that's the nursery rhyme. Jack and Jill fell down and broke his crown. Oh, I gotcha. Okay. So the first question I'm going to ask is, now, did these children even know who these people are that you're asking about, Lloyd Lama? So that's what I will ask um, my guides, because I don't think these children, because sometimes people that are stuck in the in between, that put me on my ass. Oh, sometimes when energies are stuck in the in between, they don't know that they've passed. Um, some do, some don't, but I don't think these children understand they have a way out. Eventually, I will show them how to get out. Um, I'm being told I need to pause. Yes, I do. Take a couple deep breaths. Um, I'm going to be asking these questions. Louis, today's my first day. I don't know, honey. I'm just going on by some of these messages. Someone said they're from Canada, and it's called, I believe it's called Manitoba. Okay, Nova Scotia. Okay, Canada. Okay. Oh, it's hard for me to take a deep breath in. Okay, I need just a little space, guys. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. I'm not going to keep referring back to the um, Joyful Dolphin. I don't know. I'm not going to say that because I didn't hear that. I will not put in that type of statement. It's only what they tell me. I will never give what I don't hear. Um, Let me go back to the first question here. Um, did did Daniel's brother know anything of what happened to the children? This hit me hard in my chest. Whatever happened to this child, like I have to the question for Lloyd Lama. If I'm even saying it, I'm sorry, I'm so half asleep right now. I hear the word no, but then the word broken. Also clever and then some. I think maybe there's an idea of what happened. I think maybe possibly wasn't spoke of. Cash, cash, cash. I'm hearing the word cash, cash, cash. Um, I don't want to say sold because I didn't hear sold, but um, I just want to put that out there. Cash, and for some reason that's coming to me sold, but I'm not saying that they were sold. No. Let me go here. Let's see. Okay. Excuse me. Didn't mean to burp. um, were these children's lives taken by force, by a violent hand? Meaning, meaning what? Two people had a hand in it so far. I'm hearing two people had a hand in it. I'm hearing, excuse me, look south, look south. Was, were these children, did these children get hurt from an accident of their own doing? No, violent. Because you, before I asked you this question, you speak about mistake, mistake, meaning what? I think mistake is meaning by mistake is being meaning by mistakes were made, almost like they will be found because of those mistakes. Um, some people really know what they're doing, and some people aren't um, that intelligent on those types of things, on those types of moves. Um, Tina girl, was it an accident then covered up? That's how she feels. So when we talk about mistake, we're talking about the version of what happened and then clever, 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 clever. Yeah, clever twice. No, this wasn't an accident. They knew what they were doing. Because I have also have the word violent as well. Violent. I'm confused. Calling it's backwards. I know that's how it goes, but it's backwards in this case, meaning what? I'm kind of nervous to reach back out because of how much it sat on my chest that quick, that fast. It almost knocked me out cold. Um, Let me try this. My guardians, can you do me a favor? This way I don't feel as much, so I don't feel as much pain or as much um, of the energy that occurred. Can you please, for me, interact with Lily and Jack and receive it back to me? Keep them in your auratic field instead of mine. Can we do it that way? Some? Okay. Yeah, because it almost put me right on my ass. I literally, sorry, my phone's going off. Let me go back to this. All right, let's go back to some of these questions here. I want to go where I left off, though. I don't want to skip anybody's questions. Um, Joyful Dolphin. You know what's funny? I asked a reader if he can pull a couple of cards to see if Lily did something to Jack, and then that's how it happened. Well, each reader can come into their own energy field and get different answers. I don't I don't worry about what other readers talk about in that manner because I'm only going what I get. Okay, did I don't want to skip over. Hold on, Susie. I'm going to ask your question next. I just want to make sure I didn't skip over anybody else. Lloyd, a landmark that's near. Okay, let's see. Crown is law government in Canada. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay, there. We're trying to figure that out. Is Daniel protecting the mother because they just had a baby together? Is the mother being protected because she just had a baby not that long ago? I assume. You somebody said 18 months here. That's a while though. No. Truth. Um okay. What landmark is near the children, Lily and Jack? I wouldn't call these landmarks, but I mean, I don't know. When I ask about what's near, I hear two stones, also well, a well. Two stones and well. D. White. What was the reason? Okay, let's establish if the mother even did it in the first place. Okay, who took the lives of the two children, Jack and Lily? Hold on, I want to look at the last name to make sure again. I wrote it down. Who took the lives of Jack and Lily Sullivan? Um, I guess this would reference Um, to me, these children were hit before or abused before because I hear the word CPS, which is my which is my symbol for Child Protective Services. Um, so this it wouldn't be anything out of the ordinary, I guess you could say. Spunky, hi Spunky. Public or private property, okay. Okay, let me just make sure I don't miss anybody. Okay, so let's establish that. So when you talk about your back, Lily, okay, when you talk about your back, what do you mean by she's showing me her back as almost I guess it's like saying she was hit on her back before really hard, really, really hard. Found. Okay, let's go back to this question again. Who took the lives? of Jack and Lily? Okay, let me ask this question. How did Jack and Lily pass? In which manner? Drunken rage. I hear a drunken rage. Were people drinking that night, that day? What time of day? What are we talking about here? Joyful dolphin. Three people, not two. What I say, what comes through for me is what I will say. So you stating no, three people, that doesn't mean that's an accurate statement either, Joyful Dolphin. So please do not correct people on my page. Thank you. So that one can just leave my chat because she's got quite the little attitude problem and she's not going to correct my mod or anybody on here. What comes through for me is what I will tell you what comes through. I'm not going to say more than two people because I didn't hear more than two people. If it's right or if it's wrong, I'm going to give you what I hear. Other than that, I won't. I'm not going to fixate on something that she thinks she's right about. She's not going to correct my mod and she's not going to be rude to my mod. And if anybody disrespects my mod or anybody on here, you can get off. That's it. So if you don't like the way my mod just corrected you for you correcting her, then you can leave. Um, Nikki Poo allegedly a party the night before Jack and Lily went missing. Okay. Right. I mean, Susie, I mean, I'm looking at her messages and I'm just like, if you the attitude is not going to be welcome on my page. So you can simper down and relax because no one's going to disrespect my mod. You're not going to correct me on what comes through in spirit either. I'm not going to give out a false statement. If something doesn't come through for me, I'm not going to give that because you think you're right. If you think you're right, why are you on here? Bye. Have a nice night. And I will get to everyone's questions in an orderly fashion. So if there's an issue, please excuse yourself from my live. Thank you. No complaining needed because no one's going to disrespect my mod on my channel. She goes above and beyond for this channel and she goes above and beyond for people on here as well. So don't like it, that's too bad. She hasn't disrespected anybody once or been rude or so. You can respect my mod or get off. Enough said. Okay. Let me go back to what I was saying here. So we're talking about a drunken rage and death. Do you see? Found, death, drunken rage here. So I'm assuming this is what they're meaning by, and someone stating they supposedly had a party night before they went missing. That would coincide with drunken rage. That's why I asked about party, if there was one, and the word death again. Okay, let me go back up to my questions here so I can go in an orderly fashion here. Okay, I've seen that. Tina girl 87, I feel like the kids were neglected. Yeah. I got the little girl is showing me almost like a handprint on her back, like she was hit there before. Okay, answer that one. They're from Canada. Okay. I feel like I went back too far, but that's okay. I want to make sure I didn't miss any of your questions. I've answered Amanda S.'s question. I believe they were murdered. Yes. Okay. Will they be found? Okay. Valerie Gabriel. Will Lily and Jack Sullivan be found? I hear the word guilty. Will the mother and anyone else be charged in this case for the disappearance of these two children? Let me ask this. Will police formally charge and arrest anyone in Jack and Lily Sullivan's case? Hearing two surprises, two surprises. Okay. Um, and they think they might have got to hold this. I don't like. I don't like it when others. I don't care for it either. I just, I tried to like go past her, Tina girl. I tried to be respectful and just be like, okay. Um, I try not to look at things always so angrily, like someone's being angry or someone's frustrated. I try to let people have their opinion here, but when you disrespect someone that is my mod, that's not happening. I haven't heard anything about the brother nor the mother other than it is the mother's property and she kicked the kid's mother off. I don't mean to be rude, but I would know. Yeah. I don't get involved with others' readings because we're shown our own way. We're shown um, the way spirit shows us through our clairs, through our smell, sound, taste, touch, vision. We don't saying it through others. It just I don't have time for that. Okay, answered that. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to catch up here. I want to make sure I didn't miss any of your questions. I told you I wanted to have you guys ask questions. Okay, Susie says, are they on public or private property? Are Lily and Jack on public or private property? Hmm. Got really quiet, guys. I wonder why. Are the okay? Let's do this. Let's talk about the South remark here. When we speak about Jack and Lily, we spoke about South several times. Mother took them south. South of what? South of where? South of play. Um, I don't know how this makes sense to you at all. What does south of play mean? This could be a playground, a place where they play, a place where south of play, south of play. Cindy E, are they close to home or taken far from home? Taken away from home. Are the children, Jack and Lily Sullivan, far away from home or are they closer to home? Which venue is it? Closer or farther away? When you say further, how further? I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry. I hear further, but then the word pick. Um, you guys can all do your studying on that. I'm not sure what that means. It could be a place, it could be a street, it could be something. When you speak of the word pick, we ask the question about further, what do you mean by pick? Is that a street? Is that a place? Is that what is that? You guys want to look up the word pick? That's a unique uh, word for a direction. Um, try and see what you come up with that. Amanda S. Let's go back to where you are, dear. Sorry, I just lost you. Um, where'd you go, Amanda? I just had your question. I was going to ask your question. There you go. Um, does even though I think that we've already answered this question, but we're just gonna ask because I haven't asked your question for you. Does either the mom or the stepdad know where the children are? Can you guys do me a favor? Just somebody randomly, it doesn't matter. So can you send me a picture of their vicinity of their like their place? Because if we're talking about going south, I want to know if I can pick something up in the south region of their property line. Or, am I going to go the right way south? Is it going to be um because they spoke about play, also pick. Um, hmm. Gypsy Rose? I'm not sure, honey. Dana says it's been said by news reporters that the children usually were left unattended and would go off alone. I don't know if that's true. I'm not aware of it either. I don't know the case. Um, I do feel they were neglected because CPS comes through in the reading. Now, whether they could have reports on them. They could. CPS is my symbol for careless neglect. Um, Basically, that venue. So if that comes up, it's either that or they were just un uncared for. Okay, Miss Sarah, they had 150 search rescue folks searched a 5 mile kilometer around home. Question: how far are the kids from home? Okay, let me see. I think my phone went off. Let me see if I can get a picture of this. Oh, my phone didn't go off. Okay. 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 Yeah, Tina, girl, I can ask that question for you. I'm like I said, I'm behind on the questions, but I'll get there. Okay, guys. Um, Daniel's mother kicked the kid's mother off after an argument after the party. The hell did the camera keep popping up for? Okay. All right. Okay, so if we're there, oh, gotcha. Yeah, okay. If how would I go with would it be this way or this way? Sorry, I'm talking to myself. Um, Susie sends me a screenshot of like I believe it's like Google Map or something like that. Um, if you go see that to me would be if I was to look at it from my point of view, that would look like to the east, but I'm not. In compass wise, I would have to uh, look at the coordinates to it. Um, in the picture she sent me, it says Hope Well. There's a well in the picture. Hopewell, a place. Can you see it? Okay. Um, um, I would want to have Susie. Can you send me? I guess it would be like try sending like a version of a map, like I guess where you could see around the actual circumference of it. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Let's see what we got here. Okay. 1907. Hold on. Let me just, you know what? I need to do something for my own thought process because looking at the picture is fine, but I need to look at my compass because I want to see something. Um, so that would be south. So I'm just trying to make sure it's matching up with what I'm. Okay, going back to the pick. Um, so it would be that way then. Okay. Um, now that's a road. So I'm going to say, Susie, if I'm going to say this correctly, Gerlach Road. Um, you want to go south of there. You want to go like you're going south down Gerlach Road, if that makes sense to you. Um, 11 Pictou County. Did I say it right? Pictou? Pictou? Oh. I get what you're saying. Sorry, guys. I told you I'm off today, guys. You have to forgive me. Um, pick. Okay. So, okay. Now it makes sense. Okay. Further from, it would be further away from Pictou. So, if they did a 5-mile search, right? A radius of kilometer around the whole entire circumference. Um, I want to see what I get. Pictou County. Uh-huh. Let's see. Mimi Jean. Hi, Dolly. I missed you. Natasha, thank you, sweetie. I saw one road was better driving than the other. And you know, Annette, earlier, I mean, but this could be anything. I don't want to call it something wow factor right now. Um, I hear like stones, like you're stepping on stones. You know what I mean? Almost like a gravel type thing. But I don't want to put that out like it's some big wow factor yet because that stands out to me what you said. But let's see, fishing spot, Mimi Jane, Pictou County. Gotcha. Okay, so we need to go down the road to the south. So you're gonna, okay, let me look at this picture again so I can just see for this way I can give you to take a left or take a right. This is what I'm trying to get at. So if you're coming out of the property line, you're going to go, it would be to your right. You're going to take a right off of, um, I don't know if how good you guys can see my screen. See that? You're going to go down this road. You're going to take a right down Gerlach Road. Okay? That's what I mean by going south. They want that direction for those children. Okay, you sent the address. Okay. 289 is south. Okay. Okay. Makes sense. So that's okay. Okay. So when I Susie, when I look at pictures, in my mind, I always have to double check of, yes, I hear south, but I want to make sure south matches up with, um, south matches up. in the picture to myself. You know what I mean? I try to be careful on what I say in direction, but as soon as I hear south, mother took them south. Mother took them south. Um, and the word two hands, two hands. Yes, the news said one way any cars could have drive on, but the other way has like potholes and harder to go on, more likely needing a four-wheeler or something like that. Okay, perfect. That makes sense. And that because I hear like like we walk on those little gravel rocks. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Okay. So further away from to me, then that coincides with being further away. Um, and pick, you guys picked it up very well. Thank you for that. Thank you for validating that because I wasn't sure what that exactly meant. Um, let's see. Um, did she take them south in a car or on trails with off road vehicles? Good question, Susie. Okay. Did you guys hear that? That was so loud. Did you guys hear that? Swear, after a certain time of night here, it gets so freaking eerie here, and I don't mean it in a great way. um, that's came from the doorway. After a certain point here, it gets really here. Okay, I need to go back to this question. Were the children taken in a car? What does that mean? I asked if the children were taken in a car. I don't know if I should be more specific and finishing the answer to that. I heard no and then the word gutter. Um, were the two children, Jack and Lily Sullivan, taken in a car to hide their remains? Okay, let's try this. When you spoke about gutter, what does gutter mean? How did that work into the question just now? What do you mean by gutter in that question? I always think of the most. Um, can you explain that answer to me? Were the children taken on? Thank you, Chloe Jade. That's a very sweet gesture, honey. I appreciate you. Um, I just okay, four wheelers. That's what I wanted to ask. Were the children taken on four wheelers to hide their remains? Can anybody verify this in any way? Because I also got to know for that question, but I kept getting like I kept getting like now can a truck fit there? Like a truck fit up in that area? Good tires, like this it. Um, because obviously a car might be too low, but a truck might work, correct? And I'm going to tell you why I'm asking this in a second. I just somebody that's familiar with that area. I need to know if this is like an off route. can't use a vehicle, but you can use only like four-wheeler type things. I mean, I four-wheelers aren't that big because I got the word. They have trucks and drivers. I got the word avalanche. Now that can be a brand of a vehicle. Um, Avalanche is a brand of a vehicle that's more of a sturdier truck to go through those types of places. Does it mean it is an avalanche? No. Um, but it could be a form of um, that's a truck, right, Susie? Um, and when I asked the question, I also seen like a truck. When I tried to veer away from the car question, I asked if it was a car. I asked if it was the four wheelers, and each time I got a truck. And then I heard the word avalanche. So they would have had to have used a truck. Um, four wheelers would be, or AT, I guess, would you call them ATVs or four wheelers? Um, shock, 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 shock. Because if you're going to do it that way, I mean, don't you think there's risk of seeing something in that manner? That would be my question, you know. But avalanche came loud and clear. Um, but let's take that with a grain of salt for a minute. I'm not saying I trust spirit in everything they tell me. I never second guess what they tell me, whether it comes to me the right way and I'm saying it wrong. I don't care. I say exactly what they say. Avalanche could be a place. Always think of the more open eye-opening thing. This could be a place. This could be a trail. This could be a truck, like we said. Um, and it says similar. Okay. Um, okay, let's go back to the location though. That would be a really helpful thing. Okay. Now, when we talk about going south, okay, police did a 5-mile radius search. Okay. How far south did they take these children? Now, could you give me an address? Could you give me a county? Could you give me a mile marker? Anything that will give me a distinctive knowledge of just how far these children went. Um, can anybody tell me if this is something significant? I see a black bear. Um, a black bear being now this could be like there's I've seen when I've traveled to um a place there was called like Black Forest Mountain, Black Forest. They always have like little markers for things like that. Oh, I got you, Susie. I forget. I forget. We're not talking about the United States. I forget. I'm sorry. I don't mean to make your job harder, honey. Oh, see, my glasses are not my normal strength. This says so 3.1 miles, not 5. I'm sorry, guys. Um, question: were the children wrapped in something or placed in a container of some kind? Simper's mom, I kept hearing can. Well, I think I have can too, but let me just double check because I don't want to say I got that and I didn't get it. Um, there's that word again. Well. That's twice now. Well, and I don't mean by summer wells. No. Let me see. I thought I had can. Oh, I did can. So I'm wondering. Can. Wondering if they put them in some sort of container. Um, does it mean they do that? Does it mean they did? No. Black bears are abundant in that area. Okay, so it's not. It wouldn't stand out as like a park or like a trail mark, like a yes. Um, okay. So when we hear the word cam. You corrected me. I thought I heard can, C-A-N. But you corrected me and said I heard C-A-M. Were you talking about camera or were you talking about a single three-letter word? Can you give me another word that would coincide with this so it comes together for me like a story? Because sometimes one words are hard for me to put into an understanding to the public. Hmm. I'm going to give you what I have here. I just feel like that would have been searched though by police. I don't know. I hear the word. Okay, these are very unique words in that manner. I hear camshafts, grates, um, junk, and then car. Crazy country gal. It could very well be. It could very well be, honey. So I wonder if there's like an old junkyard or something that would, because I hear car, junk, grates, camshafts. Um, if you were to, when you say these words, are we referencing a place or just some old cars sitting someplace in the woods? Or, some people just leave old rundown cars in places and they never go back for them, they just leave them. Sounds like a junkyard, D-Wait, right? Crazy country gal, right? That's my question. That's why I was like, what did you mean about cam? Like, for me, it would be camera or name of like a Cammy, a person by the name Cammy. Sometimes I get shorter. Like when I first started hearing Jack, I only heard the word Lil. I didn't hear Lily at first. I heard the word Lil because I call my daughter-in-law Lil. Hey Lil, how are you today? Um, okay, Simper's mom. Just to me, camshafts. That has to do with a vehicle. Grates. I mean, to hear grates, right? When we speak about a vehicle, have you ever heard that reference to something like grates of a vehicle or um and then when I heard car and junk, that led me to believe something like a old junkyard or a rundown place that isn't in use anymore, that type thing. Okay. You see something. But then again, this is not in the United States. I don't even know what I'm looking for, to be honest. I'm just going to type it in. So give me a second. Um, how would I word it? I'm just going to. Um, okay, where are you though? I don't even see what I'm looking up is like Google type thing. There is a place called Bear Cove in Canada, but I don't even know like if it would be near Westport Pound Cove. 411. I wouldn't even know if it's in the vicinity of Canada. Canada's Port Pounds. Mighty Harbor. Well, I was just thinking because I heard the word bear, also cave, and then cove. So I'm like, those have to go too. That's got to be, sometimes you just get a radius of things. That's definitely a hard thing. Their backyard looks like a junkyard. You said that, I thought that when I saw the picture. You keep saying, you know what? I thought that too, Tina Girl 87. My first thought, grill like the bumper. Avalanche is a truck SUV, and camshaft is part. Yes. Okay, Colleen. Silver River. Um, I have a. I want to say gentleman, but I don't. I don't want to be disrespectful here by saying gentlemen don't act that way. Um, it's kind of like we're bumping some of these things. Uh, it's almost like someone says, "I have something to say," but it's almost like trying to bump someone out of the way in black suit. What is it exactly that I can help you with at the moment? I don't know if I have an Addie. Is there an Addie on here? Somebody by the name of Addie? Addie? Is there an Addie? There's a male here talking about Addie, and he's showing me a watch and a ring. He's not showing me his head. So usually that's him. That's when a spirit doesn't show me this up here, it has to do with a form of shame or a disfigured face or something that would have happened in life that they weren't proud of or something that they were ashamed of. Is there an Addie here? Grave. Also something about the grave and someone's life was being taken. My niece is Addie. Karen Daniel. I mean, don't you think Sharon B 21662? Don't you think that they would have had you have to remember dogs can sniff down quite a ways. Um I would hope that they would have checked there. I would have hoped that they brought in dogs of some sort or something to that nature. Um I have a watch and a ring from my fiance and he passed, but my name starts with A. I hear the name Addie. Addie, loud and clear, Addie. Karen Danielle says my niece is Addie. Um, back to the word. Let me be as nice as possible, but do understand, do not misstep an energy out of the way. You can politely ask if you're allowed to speak for a moment, but please do not move energy out of the way. To me, he's a big guy. Big guy. I mean, height wise, he doesn't seem to have been to me, I see his hands. He has very big hands. And I don't mean that in a audacious way or rude way. To me, um, he would have been muscular. I guess when I see men with hands that are thick and uh, I don't know, Semper's mom. This guy was very. This guy is very. You need to move out of the way. Um, don't overstep with me. I really don't like. I really. I'm just not feeling your energy, and I really don't like the way you stepped in. So you can kindly. I know you guys just heard that. You can kindly act proper here, or I will shut you out. Now let's carry on. I need to go back to Semper's question. I'm being guided by a female. By chance, is there a male guide or family member with the children right now? Is there a male guide or family member with the children? I don't know why Chloe's name was mentioned. Give me 1 second, Chloe. I'll get to you in a second. I'm getting that the children are just waiting to be heard, waiting to be heard, waiting to be heard. Repeating it over and over. Children are waiting to be heard. The man that stepped forward, he revealed his face to me because what why I said what I said, don't overstep with me, because I stated I couldn't see his face. Um, he let me know he came down to my level. He is a black male. He has, but there's circle glasses. Um, he's a big guy. He's huge. He's a big guy. I'm only 5'5", if five, if that. He's to me, he's bigger, way bigger. And it was like he over he it's like he overtook the energy and just kind of like it's almost like I saw a hand just like move back. I want to speak now. And I don't like that kind of behavior. I don't like that kind of energy. Like I need to take over. I want to be heard. That's something you're patient on. Um, does anybody by the name of Addie know um, this black male? Excuse me. I don't like to say African American. You want to know why? You're American, you're American. I shouldn't have to say you're an African and you're an American. You're an American. I'm white, you're black, Hispanic, Asian. I don't like to make a gesture of that name. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. But this is a black male, very tall, very big. I'm not saying weight wise big. No, it's like he's muscular. Um, and he came down to my level, and it was like a face coming towards me, like I'm right here. You asked me to, you know what I mean? It's like I just spoke of him not showing his face, and then when I said that, he brought his face down, and it was like he peered in. It's like a looking in. Um, he has round glasses, and he's just like, I just want to speak to Eddie. I just want to speak to Eddie. I think it's so dumb to call someone an African American. You know what I mean? It's just to me that's more. Um, I just don't know. You are who you are. You're here. You. That's it. So I'm not sure who this Addie is, but if you don't know who this guy is, oh, he says he's a relative. Okay, who's related to Addie? If you want to speak to Addie and someone doesn't know you on here that way, who else knows Addie that could say, okay, I know who you're talking about? Chris. Chris. So I'm going to give it one more minute. If no one steps up on here and can tell me, then I'm going to ask you to step back because I want to go back to the children. I need you to back away because you're hurting my neck. To me, um, very, um, I don't mean he's hurting me. I mean, like, um, it's like an overpowering, like he was very dominant in life. He would have been very, boundary wise, the person that stands over you with their hand on the chair behind you, and it's kind of like watching over your shoulder to see what you're doing at work, that type of energy. um and I don't like that kind of closeness to me, and that's not me being rude. I just have boundaries that way. So I'm going to assume that no one on here knows who this guy is. I mean, someone's probably going to pop up on here on this live and watch the comments after this live goes off in the next few days. Someone's going to say, I know who that is. But they just might not be on here. Okay. Okay. No, Tina girl, I don't think this has anything to do with that. This is something different. He speaks directly about one woman and one woman very specifically. He says he's a relative. Um, is Chris a shorter name for a female name? It's almost like I hear Krista, or like a female name, like a longer version of a female name. Krista. I don't know about aggressive Ginger Bell, but it's a very I don't want to wait my turn. I want to step in and do what I want to do, and that's it, and then I'll go. But he's made it a point to say this person, and then also the word Chris, and then Krista. Yeah, Chloe, and I don't go for that shit. Excuse my language. So, I am going to ask you to step back, and we are going to continue with these children. Thank you. Okay. I mean, the energy was just shut right down, and it was just like, I see this hand like it's my turn to talk. You need to move. That kind of thing. I give energies like a, it sounds foolish, but I give them a waiting area. It's like sitting in a room, as funny as that sounds, and you'll get your turn. Just wait there. How long it takes to get out of that waiting room, if you want to talk, you just have to be patient. But I mean, he's in a suit. Um, just and when he brought his face down, that really overstepped for me. Like, I'm right here. You, what do you mean I'm not showing my face? Because to me he's tall and I could only see here, and he didn't have a disfigured face. No, he didn't. He didn't have shame about him. So I think it's like a domineering type, um, that type feel. No, some people don't. Some people don't. Um, I once bought a house that I let go years and years and years ago. My husband and I did a walkthrough of the house, and you know, certain energy has the ability to hide from you. So if the house is empty, say like this, okay, house is empty, you're walking through it, and um, you're usually the battery for the energy to start siphoning out off you, so that the energy can awaken. Um, and the little girl, she said, you know, you really need to put crosses up at the doorway because there's a mean man here. And I'm like, whatever, whatever. And come to find out, I mean, when you buy a house, everybody, here's a key factor. They have to tell you this by law, but they don't if you don't ask. If your house is haunted, and I know a lot of people are ashamed to ask that, but never be ashamed because you don't understand energy that is in a home and what it can do. If you ask if that house is haunted and they say yes, they either have to give you a discount or you have the choice not to buy it. Or if they keep it out of the clause because you asked and they lied about it, you can sue them. Didn't know that. But that house, the man killed his wife, his mother, his daughter, his mother in law, and himself. So that house walked like there, it was such bad energy in that house. I seen such horrible things in that house. And even my kids experienced very, very horrible things being thrown at them, all sorts of stuff. It was bad. But ask that whenever you go to purchase a house. Has there anybody died in this house? Is there any stories of tenants saying such and such happened? Because by law they have to tell you. Um, Now that we're going to go back on track here, um, I want to try to ask just a couple more kids these questions to these children. So I'm hoping they're going to come back because um, that was very immediate. Shut me out, not shut me out, but shut them out, and it was just like pushed them right out of the way. I guess you could say. Hi, Miss K. Um, yeah, that house should never. That house should be burnt to the ground and blessed. The land needs to be blessed in that house, taken down. are there any questions we haven't touched based on with these children? We who was it an accident? Who took the children's lives? Um, area, what's around them? Um, what time frame are we looking at for someone to be arrested in the children Lily and Jack Sullivan's case? Will there be a lead? Will there be a trial? Will there be, excuse me, something done about these children and their disappearance? Oh yes, Tina, I meant to ask that for you, honey. Um, was Jack and Lily Sullivan's mother suffering from postpartum depression or any other mental illness? Hmm. I hear the word several. I don't hear I just hear several things. No worries, Chloe Jade. Um, also the word tribe. Um, I don't know why this is coming up. It doesn't make sense for me for this case. Unless has to do. Didn't someone say the mother indigenous? Okay, makes sense. Okay. Um, I don't like I said I'm going to say this, but I don't know what factor it has to this case. Um, I don't think anybody did this to the children, um, unless it has to do with mental illness. But I just don't. I just don't know yet. Um, um, so my grandmother always told me as a little girl, because we have Native American in our family, not full, but some. Um, and my grandmother told me when I was a little girl that Native Americans would cut the feet off of their victims so they couldn't walk in the spirit world because that's what they believed. Um, cut the feet off of their victims. And I don't know why that's being brought up right now. Um, I'm not sure if, um, I'm just not sure on that yet. I don't know why I was told to mention that. Um, hey, Zeg, I'm not sure why that was mentioned to me, but I needed to tell you that. Usually something will come about and why I said that. Um, I sometimes I sound really spacey when I'm tired, but in this live tonight, you all know why I sound a little off tonight. Um, I'm not sure why that would come up, because a native mother would never do that to her child. So that to me that doesn't fit something the mother would do unless the mother was suffering from a psychosis. Um, was that a certain tribe's way only? Um, in general, Native Americans. So when I say that was their belief, that was their belief all the way around. Um, so they scalp. Okay, the hair is it's like taking a piece of someone's soul because Native Americans believe your hair grounds you to the earth. That's why you're not allowed to touch a Native American's hair. Anybody outside the family, you're not allowed to touch a hair. So they don't go to a hairdresser. They don't go get their hair done. They, if it's the old way and the old belief, your mother touches your hair, your siblings only, because anybody that touches your hair outside of the tribe or outside of the family can bring your family bad energy. Um, but my grandmother always told me that Native Americans would cut the feet off of their victims. And then when I say victims, I don't mean that they would just hurt people for the fun of it. No. So when the French and Indian War came, there was a lot of scalping. There was a lot of taking the feet off because you couldn't walk in the spirit world and you were shamed without your hair. Yeah, see, there's a lot of Semper's mom. I'm part native too, and I have been told something the feet bound at the ankles at death to keep them from walking in the spirit world, but I never heard. Yeah, my grandmother, she would speak about cutting off because that's coming to their native story, like a passed down, uh, passed down word, passed down story. That's why there's no Native American how hard it is to find language of Native American. You have to. Most Native Americans don't even get to speak it because it was erased from their dialogue. They weren't allowed to speak or even dance till they hit a very old age, and most the culture was wiped out. Um, yeah, it's a very. Does it sound sadistic? Yeah, but you have to realize the Native Americans, they went through hell. They went through a form of annihilation. And I'm not going to get into the whole white man is wrong and this and that. I don't mean it like that. The past is the past. But at the same time, Native Americans still have to this day belief systems in place um, that are still talked about from when I was a child. Yeah. Um, I learned medicine from Native culture. I learned smudging, but I also learned picking the medicinal plants. Like Native Americans, uh, we will pick every third plant. We don't pick one. We don't pick them all. It's every third plant, and you give an offering of tobacco. You don't take a plant without giving something back. Yeah, and I'm going to be doing one with Emily Noble. I'm not sure how many aware of who she is, but she was a beautiful, beautiful little girl. Well, she's little to me, a little girl, because she was only 13 or 14, and she was murdered and put on the side of the road in bags, and Native American, and terrible, terrible story. Um, I don't have, I don't have, uh, I don't have hate for anybody. I always tell my children when they learned in school, remember, you only learn half of truths. Um, I've had natives come to me on my property in spirit, and I learned from them they would never speak to me in English. Well, they called it Inglés. They don't call it. They don't call they spoke in their native tongue, and they told me about the broken treaties, um, the Trail of Tears. They told me about forcing to move west, and most a lot of Native Americans died on my property. Um, my home is over 200 something years old. I have two homes, and one is A lot of, I have a video, like I said, I will go and find it for you, and you can hear the residual energy of the French and Indian War on my property. You'll hear a chief, you'll hear war horns, you'll hear a chief speaking in his language, you'll hear guns going off, when they had to put the gunpowder and stuff in. You'll hear all sorts of stuff. You'll hear a loud growl as well. But back then, there were also bears back then with Native Americans that some of them raised the bears, so they took part in their tribe. Susie Q, Bear River, First Nation Reservation found. Yes, Tina girl, Emily Pike, that beautiful soul. Beautiful soul. If I could have lived fully native, um, I would have. My grandmother, she lived on a reservation. She very tough old lady, had her own shotgun and all. Um, so back to this case. I'm going to try again. Let's see if we can get anything out of the children. Um, Simpers, I keep on hearing your name from a male. Well, this name on here that gives me my cue that I'm supposed to say something to you. Um, this is a question for you, but it's funny because we're actually talking about this. Did anybody ever speak to you in their native tongue? Okay, there's a male here speaking in their native tongue. Yes, you only take what you need. When I get things off the ground, um, I hear that statement: "Only take what you need. Never take more than what you need." Um, Simper, I'm going to tell you this, but this might not be your dialect of native. Gone la lunkwa. Do you know what that means? Gone la lunkwa. If not, I will give you the dialogue of it. It means I love you. Also, hello, my relative. Well, what I said to you means I love you. So when Native references that to me, um, I know that because I know what that word is. It means I love you. How many of you know the Haudenosaunee? Haudenosaunee are the Iroquois tribe. The Iroquois tribe is actually the French named the Iroquois, and that's what the Iroquois are called, the Iroquois. The French named them. But the Haudenosaunee people, that's their actual tribal name. It's the people of the longhouses. Yeah, I just noticed that, Jessica Carter, Miss Man. I have a male relative in spirit that comes to me in my dreams and teaches you things. So when he comes to you and teaches you things, what about um, what about the smoke does he teach you? How important is smoke to you in your dream? And also battle and smoke. Smoke to a Native American is very sacred. They have the houses where we go and we sit in the extreme heat. We breathe in, and it gives you it takes you to a state of vision. The heat builds and builds and builds, and it causes a mm, but smoke also represents cleansing and clearing, and um, I'm hearing the native tongue. Never smoke in dreams, but means prayer are being lifted. I dream of red circles and white roses within deer offerings. Um, White roses, actually, um, that was also spoken with the Native American in on my property. Um, he spoke of his wife, his other half. She died by the white rose tree, and at the time, there wasn't any white roses there. And I said, I don't understand what you mean by the white roses, because I'm having to translate all of this as he's speaking to me, the chief. And his more or less his wife was murdered that day, and that summer the white roses grew. Mimi Jean says Summer Wells' home is on burial land. Ooh, that ain't nothing to mess with. Smoke is, yes, a smoke is a form of lifting prayers. It's a form of lifting prayers to the Creator. As the hawk, the eagle, that's we carry that symbol to the Creator. That we are very okay. Let's go back to let's go back to trying to get some answers, more answers here. Okay, okay. Chloe Jade, I need to come to you for some reason. I'm just hearing Chloe Jade really loud in my ear, and this comes from a male. Um, who knows a Stan? Stan. Anybody know a Stan here? Chloe Jade, I heard your name. Do you know who a Stan is? Stan. Yeah, Thelma. White roses are a symbol of pure, and it's also a form of symbolization of a cleansing. Yes, I know he will come. Mine is Benjamin. Don't know Stan. I'm not sure why I hear a Stan. Uh, Susie Q says you have to look at the map later. While you are speaking of native tongue, all the native tongue names popped out on the map. Mind blown. Okay, is this the map? Did you send me? Yeah, Susie. I'm. That's why I was like, does Chloe notice? Does Chloe Jade know a Stan? Stan was the one that always came to me in my house, in my basement. Crazy Country Gal says, first cousin's name is Stanley Johnson. Um, hold on, let me see what we're talking about here, Susie. We're talking about the native. I don't know. Unless you're talking about the picture of yours. I don't know. Mine is Benjamin, but not no Stan. I'm not sure who Stan is. I heard Chloe, Jade, and then I hear Stan. So unless Chloe and then just a male named Stan speaking up. So we can leave that for open discussion, Chloe. If it's important, Mr. Benjamin will let me know. Okay. You said the name Johnson, correct? Because I hear the name Johnson. Johnson right there. Who says Johnson? Great. Okay, crazy gal. All right, crazy gal. I'm assuming this was a boom boom, like a one hit, like a Chloe Jade. I need to get something to her for some reason. And then the Johnson. Johnson. Okay, I need to go back to Crazy Country Gal. I have a first cousin named Stanley Johnson. Okay. No problem. Sorry for the confusion. All right. So, okay. Also, the last Jones, Jones. You do understand I'm not closing my session down yet, guys. It's okay. You don't have to bum rush in. Um, Lisa Schindler's Yes Lane. He used to pop in. Yeah, he did. He did. I don't know how many of you guys remember Stan, but Stan came in every single live. Every single live. I know a Jones, LOL, Jessica Carter. Also the word K. Now this could be K-A-Y or just the letter K. K. Sorry, I'm a little too close to this window. I'm gonna move it, my curtain here. So sometimes when energy tries to rush, they assume either I'm closing the live down or I just stated I wanted to talk to the children again, and it's like that doorway is open now. So here's this crazy country gal. My sister's name is Kay. That's 2 out of 2 there, darling. Also the name Joe. Country gal, if you say that's for you again, boy, you're going to be a spirit hog today. Because even if these people that I'm naming are not passed on, there's somebody that's naming them off purposely to give me the cue it's for strictly for you. That's sometimes what they do. It's like a form of she'll get it after a while. The names coming through it. It's like a list. Well, I'll say this name, then she'll finally understand. Johnsons are kin to a lot. Also, if I'm hearing it correctly, the name Roger. Uncomfortable tonight, I tell you that. Moondust. Hey everyone, good evening. Okay. Joe is my grandfather and deceased brother. So you have, let's see, Joe is my grandfather and deceased brother. So you have a grandfather named Joe and a deceased brother named Joe. Okay. Yeah, Miss Cool Molly's in the house. You have to call her that because Sebastian says it's okay. The new name is cool, but Um, he's used to Cool Molly. That's how he told me. I didn't realize Moondust was Cool Molly until Sebastian was like, "That's her." Okay, okay, crazy gal, country gal. Now you're being a spirit hog, okay? Oh my god, my dad's friend was named Roger. My dad's passed, but not Roger. So yeah, I told you there's a male here with me tonight. That's in and out here. Yes, we all know it's Sebastian had me thrown for a loop with that one. Moon dust. And you know what? It didn't even hit me because I haven't been on here so long, and with the stress level of all the things going on, it didn't even hit me. It just I completely. Okay. Barbara RN54. Yeah, you can't get past anything with Sebastian. But he's got a liking to you. He does. He does. He has a lot of love for you. Thelma Binkley. I was told by a lady who did a reading for me that I was an Indian in a past life and was killed by a bear. That's why I have a fear of touching animal fur, possibly. Um, I would assume that could be a trigger from your past life. Yes. Um, are you okay, crazy country gal? Are we um are we wowed tonight by your okay, how about this one? Um country crazy country gal. Susie's still finding stuff too about this bear reference to these children. So that has to mean something in some way. Um, Crazy Country Girl, I'm going to assume this is for you just because everything that's been coming through. Salute. Who's military? Who's Marine? Who's military? Who's in that state? That form of state. Yes, I'm good. Just amazed. I have triggers from my past life. Oh, honey, everybody does, Chloe. I do. I do. Stone Bear tracking trails. Okay. Now, Susie, found stone bear tracking trails. What what direction, and is it anywhere near the home of these children or in vicinity? How what's the proximity? I feel like I that's in the picture you showed me. That's the word I just heard. It's west, but there are reservations south. Country Gal says oh my god, a lot of her family was in the military or army. I just had the first cousin pass a couple weeks ago. He was in the military also. Okay. Here's a strange question for you, Country Gal. Crazy Country Gal. Something to do with your, I'm going to say, if I have a choice to direct it this way, your back area or neck area, what's that mean to you? 150 miles west, no reservation south. Did you say no reservation south? But there aren't, okay, because I think there was a letter missing there. I'm sorry. Aren't any reservations south. Okay. What about your crazy gal? What about your back or neck area? For some reason, I'm being shown your back or neck area. No, Indian Reservation South, just 45 miles to ocean. If it's to do with me, I have a bad neck. Wow. Yeah, in your last message about the army, your relatives and your cousin that passed a couple weeks ago, I was being shown the back of you, but I'm being told like the hand specifically is in the back of your neck towards your shoulder blades type area, not the lower back or anything like that. Um, you D White, maybe. Um, that doesn't mean she did. If there's mental health reasons, if there's drug use, alcohol use, sometimes that form of connection, um, and she might have not had that type of connection as a child. So that doesn't mean all natives don't practice the culture. Um, I'm only a fraction. So, and I have more respect and more aptitude to I could just go live as a native every day, all day, and nothing else. Um, but that doesn't mean she lived in the aptitude of a Native American and the way her beliefs. The reservation mom went to next county. Okay. Um, yes, D White, but that doesn't mean she would have practiced a form. I'm not saying she doesn't have morale. She would have practiced morale in that manner. Native mothers are very different um, in in standpoint. Um, there's a different type level of um, connection, and if that's dimmed down by drugs, alcohol, mental health issues, that connection won't really be as fierce as it should be. Okay, let's go back to Susie. I want to go back to Susie. Susie says 150 miles west, no reservation south. Um, then to this, no Indian reservation south, just 45 miles to the ocean. So then let's go back to the question in question. Are we talking about are we talking about an old junkyard? Are we talking about someplace that's just left in the middle of nowhere and nobody would think to go past it? Because how many places in the woods have abandoned cars, abandoned junk cars, abandoned this, it could be a junkyard, it could be something to that nature. But the bear came up specifically. Um, so it could be something that they passed as they went along. It could be Bear Cave, Bear Cove. Um, uh, I would ask that in a general aspect. How do you um, okay, let's see if we can get any more answers from this first before we have any more statements. We have a full hour left. Um, I close this down at midnight, no exceptions. Um, so in that time, I want to get some more questions, and then we could do a couple readings with the cards. I showed you that book. If I can show it to you again, um, I don't even know if I'm going to say this right. Um, is this even Walafe? Walafe. Let me see if I'm gonna. I just want to look this up because I mean, that's how I hear it. I just don't want to. I don't want to give. Um, Oh, I don't even think that's an English word. It's technically uh it's not an English term. Crazy girl, I need you to stop already, girl. My cousin that passed a few weeks ago, his dad's name was Joe. He's passed also. Yeah, and it strikingly resembles the Wells home, does it not? My goodness. Okay, Elizabeth, that message for Country Gal could also relate to me. Well, if energy piggybacks, you can also get the same. It's like a same stereotype, typical reading, to where um, they'll make their presence known in that way, to where I'm over here, I'm over here. You can give, it's a give or take. Um, the message for Country Girl could relate to me, and the Joe is a dog. I have left side thoracic outlet syndrome. Wow, that's terrible. That's gotta hurt. Talking to somebody named with a K, military Roger, and it would be Stan the man. Yeah, Tina girl, that just it's identical almost to the Wells property, just over. And to me, God, I know not everybody has the same level of cleanliness, and you know, what is on my crystal? Sorry guys, I just felt something wet on my crystal, which makes no sense. Um, Susie Q, are they near a train track or trestle? Okay, let's see. Is there any more questions that I can get answered for the Sullivan children, Lily and Jack? Okay, that's okay. Can someone give me information for them? I hear no, they left. I think the gentleman that came in, well, the man that came in and just, I want to talk. I think because it went so silent, and I watched his hand wave, um, just wave through like that. Um, can I get an answer, maybe a guide or a family member of Jack and Lily Sullivan? Can you answer some questions for me? Can anybody check and see if there is a relation to these children by the name of Bill or Phil? Phantom smell right now. You're never going to believe what I smell right now. It almost smells like someone's frying scrambled eggs in here. I've never smelt that. That's so strange. Don't ask. I don't know, guys. Tonight's a funny one. Scrambled eggs. It smells like someone's cooking scrambled eggs in my office. Crazy country gal, you need to stop. You're funny as heck tonight. I'm cooking breakfast right now for dinner. Well, I don't have any words for you tonight. That's just I'm gonna leave it alone, okay? I can't with you. I'm like, that's not a normal. Are you making eggs? Are you making eggs? Are you making frying eggs? Are you cooking eggs? Can anybody verify this though? A Bill or a Phil? Oh, they have a quite diverse family. Okay. Um, this is somebody that would have been a smoker. To me, this is like a chewing tobacco. Um, is it a? It almost sounds like a it's like a is there an accent in this case of like a southern accent or because I hear almost but the person that's speaking that doesn't mean let me put it this way the person speaking has an accent like a southern deep southern like a Powell. Does that make sense? Can't they see them? I'll ask for you, sweetie. Um, father side, father side. I'm just going to ask this because I didn't get to you answered it for me before I can even ask you. Are you a relative of okay guys, switch of hands here. I hear the word um, Sebastian, but it wasn't Sebastian that was speaking. It was somebody that has to do with Sebastian's family line. Um, I just heard um, Sebastian's name, so I'm going to try to go back. I'm going to try to go back to Susie's question and see what comes through again, because as you all know, my guide said that the children had left, but I'm trying to get someone to speak for the children. I heard a man state the word. Um, to me, it's a southern accent. It's like a Powell, like a. You know how someone says Paul, but with such a Powell, like a. To me, it sounds like Paul. Um, I don't know yet, guys. Just picture somebody with a really strong southern accent saying like a Paul or a Powell. You know, Powell has come up before in Sebastian's case, has it not? Or am I remembering wrong, guys? Right, right, right. Almost like extra vowels sounding almost. Yes. Yeah, Susie, in Sebastian's case. Or not vowels, but whatever I'm trying to say. No, I get what you're saying. Some southern accents do have like a longer, almost sounding, almost like a longer sounding word. Because looking at it, I'm wondering if Sebastian is on anything for see. The gentleman speaking about Sebastian and Powell, right? I'm going to say Powell because it almost sounds like Paul to me, but I have to say it as Powell. But even though it almost feels like you're not saying that, you're saying Paul, but in a longer version of it. Yeah, for sure. But Powell did too. Powell. Um, we talking about stranded or a strand of hair? What are we talking about here? This, I don't think I've ever heard this in Sebastian's case. This has got to be for me something new. Um, he talks about the strand of hair, right? And he's talking about if they would have just looked, it was right there. Something about almost like, I guess, you know how someone puts tape over someone's mouth and they have hair? Almost like the hair would have been stuck to the tape, but it also fell off. A strand of hair came off. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Oh, Karen Daniel, Powell, Tennessee. It's almost like the hair was there at the time of his disappearance. Like there would have been proof of Sebastian if people paid attention. I mean, yeah, and I do remember them saying that there were dogs looking and things of that nature, and they didn't find any, you know, footprint of him, so to speak, as an energetic footprint, the scent of the dog on the property, which is another key factor. Um, Still boggles my mind to hear that part. Um, it's so strange because um, I don't think I've ever had this part before. Crazy Country Gal too says she confirms it too. There's a Powell in Knoxville, Tennessee. Where would the strand of hair fell? Where would it have been? Or is it still there? I don't I'm gonna have you guys timestamp that for about give or take 10 seconds ago. I heard what sounded like a disembodied voice to my right. Um, if you put earphones on, you probably could hear it because I heard it with no string. Right, right, right. Midnight Baker. Like the hair was right there. How did nobody pay attention to the hair, the strand of hair? Um, to me, wouldn't the dogs have picked that up? Kind of like it was right there. Did the dogs go in the house or um, was the dogs in the home? Because to me, this would be if I'm seeing it the way they're showing me, it's almost like the door that would you would enter into the home, but it would be from the entrance to we have different stories, yes and no. Okay. Um to me this would be because I hear stepping stone. So to me that sounds like someone that's walking out of the house onto the the part of you where you walk into your home. You're stepping there to me because I hear stepping stone. So this hair would have been right about in between it. It's so small and so simple. It's just one. It's like just one hair, just one hair. It's like being shown to me, but it's almost like if the hair would have got stuck on something when they were trying to keep him quiet or um, because as you know Sebastian talked about the pills. um, but something about the strand of hair was like almost like in the walking path, the walkway. It's so small and so simple, I would like to know if the dogs checked the home and was it suffice? Was there? I just don't understand how somebody missed that. And even the energy was like, how did they miss that? It was right there if they would have just looked. Oh, Chloe J says they had stepping stones and solar lights. Outside, yes. Inside, debatable, Susie says. But to me, a hair can just fall into any crack and crevice, right? Um, and if I'm being shown what I'm looking at here, it would be here's the front door, here's the stepping stone. As you walk in, it would be almost like in the very few steps, like almost like in a crease, or like, but it would have been detectable by a dog. You know what I mean? Because a dog would have had automatically sniffed it out. Um, I don't know. Country girl. I'm talking about um, going outside to the front, like where you go in. You know what I mean? It's like entrance, the entrance to the exit area in this small fraction, this portion. Outside, yes. Inside, yeah. Huh. I don't know what that means. I'm also hearing almost like, I don't know what this means. Cat show, like I don't think he had cats when when he disappeared. It might have been cat hairs can just fall anywhere and stay there if cat hairs are so tiny. You know, they're speaking about cat hair too. Yeah, Susie, that makes sense. But we're going back to cat hair as well. It's almost like maybe it would have been with cat hair, or just like something that sat there, or um, no, somebody would have mistaken it for. If a dog is going to smell cat hair, that's what they're going to smell. They're not going to smell Sebastian. They're going to smell the cat hair. You know what I mean? Cats have a very significant scent to them to a dog. Huh. Okay. That is different. That is something different. Um, I don't think I've ever heard about the hair in his case. Um, but that's significant to me because I didn't understand why he kept mentioning the cat hair. Um, his hair could have been intertwined. It might have fell in with cat hair. Crazy Country Gal says Chris said his neighbor had a cat. Can't remember which YouTube interview. Okay. Um, but his hair could have simply just gotten, takes 1 second for a hair to blow across the room, or when you open the door, it could have just blown into the crack and crevice. You know, cat hair is very lingering. It can stay in places for a long time that you don't even know it's there. Yeah, they got rid of cats so Step Monster Chris could move in. So I'm wondering if the hair got intertwined that way. Hmm, that's different for me. I don't think I've ever heard Sebastian talk about hair. Well, not Sebastian himself, but a gentleman here. Um, very thick accent too. Very thick accent. Because even if we're talking about Powell, correct? Even that word was very long in sound. You know what I mean? Timestamp, please. I'm not sure what deck you guys, these usually I do when we're on, we're going to start doing, learning about uh, your capabilities and learning how to do all sorts of things on Zoom lives, for the people that are on members perks. But we do these on here too, but there's going to be more in-depth things for face-to-face, um, very soon. Um, name sucks. Correct. Tina and Susie. He watched the neighbor's cat once. That's weird. I could see Chris hurting the neighborhood animals. I could see that for sure. Um, this is how I. This is how I basically just when I'm doing this, I just wait for a card to fall out, and it's usually will it give me a roundabout. When I read cards, I don't do. When I read cards, I don't allow people to ask me questions. You are to keep your questions to yourself because you have to be the one. Smoker. Definitely a smoker, this guy. Um, you have to be the one to validate it. I never allow anybody to ask me anything in a reading when it comes to even cards, not just spirit sessions, because I feel like it's a personal thing and you have to put your energy into the cards in order to get your answer that you're looking for. I have the word habit coming up. So that tells me somebody, um, Tina, I get it a lot in a lot of cases. So when I've interacted with energy too long, it'll start to mess with my vocal cords. But see, this tells me right here that someone would have had been a smoker and they would have died of throat cancer because it's not like it. When you do this, as long as I have, you get to know your body and the sensations from energies that you work with. To me, this is would be someone that would have had throat cancer of um, some sort of issue with the throat. Could have had something going on with a thyroidism problem, or to me, but this to me is a smoker specifically. Have it? No, 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 not in Sebastian. No, 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 no. Um, but I do get that a lot. Either overacting with energy, or it's like perfect example. I feel there's an energy too close to me right now, and he needs to back off me because I can feel it in my hands and down to my elbows, and I kind of feel a little anxious. So that's telling me someone isn't respecting my boundaries, but on a level that I didn't give them permission, if that makes sense. Um, okay, so we got. Okay, so what we got here? Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 cards that popped out. One being resistant, secret admirer, suppressing, and timid. So that tells me that tells me. So when I look at a picture, so I don't do oracle cards very often because I feel like some people think, oh, the answer is right there. No, you see, what I do with the words is I pull in from the words and the feel that I get from the word. So the picture is a good reference, but when I do my regular tarot deck, I don't use any booklets. I don't use anything. I just read the energy from the card. Um, this card tells me specifically um, secret admirer. It could be an unhealthy version of a secret admirer, um, but also you're suppressing something that's holding you back from moving on with somebody. but you're also very timid. So you could also be suppressing your feelings that you don't want to tell the person you don't like them because you don't want to hurt their feelings, that type of thing. So that tells me, and this is what I mean by that, that tells me you have poor boundary skills, okay? That's not to be rude or disrespectful or call anybody out by a name, or that tells me you have to learn how to create a balance of boundaries. Pay attention to the people that don't accept your boundaries, because those are the people that want more than just friendship or more than it's a form of unhealthy connection. And that's what we talk about. Secret admirer that might not be of a good intention. You're suppressing your timidness, okay? Your feelings, your emotions, because you don't want to hurt somebody's feelings, which is a nice thing. I understand. But you have to realize when you don't have boundaries in place, you're opening the door to people just walking right in and stepping right over you. So you have to put boundaries in place for everything and everyone, because that's how you learn to teach people how to treat you and how to respect you. Okay? Okay. You have conflicted. See, this goes back to, see how this card comes up and conflicted. Now, conflicted can mean multiple choices. It can mean poor decision making, hot and cold. So you're giving off one vibe to somebody, but you're also not being honest with them about how you really feel. And this is what we talk about with this card in so many words. You're allowing your boundaries to be overstepped. So the conflict of your boundaries being overstepped are starting to make you make poor decisions, where you really didn't want to do something with somebody, but you did it because you didn't want to hurt their feelings, or you just came out of it in that way to where I'm going to do it because I feel like I have to, I'm obligated to. But that's really making you pull out poor choices for yourself. Does that make sense to you guys? For some of you guys, it doesn't have to mean that's all of you guys. Okay. Um, and then you have the loyalty card. Okay. We're not dogs, we're humans, but some of us are so loyal like a dog. And that's not to be disrespectful or funny sounding, but dogs are the most, animals are the most precious um, form of loyalty you'll ever meet, even over humans. Okay. Um, Trusting, reliability, and believing. You have to trust in your boundaries that you're going to only keep the right people around you out of loyalty and friendship and nothing more than that. Because when the loyalty is there, you're going to see what friends like. I really don't want to do that today. I'm really busy. Um, where you'll have friends or people that overstep in your life to where like, well, I really don't care if you're busy. I want you to do this with me and I want you to do that with me. So it puts you out of a whack, out of balance, out of a standpoint to where you feel like your boundaries aren't being respected and they are overstepping. So you have to ask yourself, are you going to lose the loyal friends because they respect your time and they respect your energy and they respect your answer? Or are you going to lose the people that aren't that way? Then you have one day, someday, somewhere, another time. Okay. Now, what do you think this card references to you? I'll give you my version. To me, this card means you put one foot in front of the other, one day at a time. Okay. Some days they're hard because you have to make hard choices, but you have to do it someday, at some point, somewhere, at another time, and another time, and another. It's like putting the effort into doing what you're supposed to. And that begins with yourself. You see how that was the end card? You have to make those decisions for yourself. You have to step forward in your beliefs. You have to step forward into the actual understanding you're worth time. You're worth those loyal friends. You're worth the amazement of having great friendships and wonderful people in your life. But you also have to weed out the ones that only want to keep you in a toxic friendship. You have to remember, not everybody is your friend as much as you think they are. They just want someone to be toxic with them. They want someone to be that person that they are with them. But once you start putting those boundary walls up and you start doing one thing at a time, one day at a time, watch and see how the loyalty of some people stay and some go. So it's definitely something you should pay attention to, because a lot of us are passive. We don't want to hurt feelings, but you have to have boundaries set up, because we are living in a society that's getting harder and harder and harder and harder. And the conflict of certain things, of some people just want to hang out to do nothing, which is okay. And then there's some people that are making things happen for themselves. And then you have to leave sometimes you have to leave people behind. And it's not a fun thing to do, but you have to realize when you cut those ties and you start saying no, you're gonna lose the people that you thought were your friends. And those are the people that weren't supposed to be in your life in the first place. Shelby, oh my God, this is so me. Well, I think that's a lot of us that we care to admit, and that's okay, because it's a rough thing to try to be everyone's friend. If you're liked by everybody, that's a problem. That's a problem. That means you're too easygoing. That means you're too wanting to make everybody else happy. But what in the process of making everyone else happy, what happens to you? That's the point. Now, if you guys want to do one of a couple sets of these, just say yes or no. We can do them for fun. We can, but a lot of the times I come up with things that I'm aware of, things that I do, things that I know, things that I teach on the Zoom. I'm going to be doing Zoom live classes that way. That's just the perks thing. But this is my live, probably going to be for the next couple of weeks for here, because I have to fit in a Zoom live, a Facebook live, perks membership live. That's for the other cards too. So I'm going to try to be at least on here and do two lives at least a month, because I want to try not to get in things so fast, because I have my local business that I do as well. My job, I have, my home life. So I have to balance this out really good. So I'm going to be doing couple lives here on open cases. Our next live will be a bit more structured, and it's just, with everything that happened, I feel a little dimmed down, so to speak. I'm gonna do this one next. This is another oracle deck. I think a lot of people like oracle decks, but I can also do tarot deck too if you guys are interested in the tarot deck. Thank you, Chloe. So I'm kind of a little brain scattered today, but as you can see, the energy fields are the same for me, of picking up on spirit and doing things. It's just, I didn't sleep last night, and today's my first day back at the office. So it's been a really long day, and I didn't know if I was going to come on here and just bawl my eyes out over my mom. So I'm just trying to really stay focused and not lose that part of me, so I can continue on with the reading. Thank you, honey. I definitely missed you guys. I definitely missed being here. I feel like it's going to take me a long time to feel some sort of balance in my home life. So I've been trying to stay really busy, in the form of, I have to keep going because my mom would want that. Tina girl, you've never seen me pull cards, Dolly? I do them all the time. I try to do at least one every live. I try at least to do at least one deck, but I definitely I definitely do. Probably more so on my members perks, maybe that's probably why. Um, but I have a little extra time, so because I'm shutting this down by midnight, so we have a half hour. But I always try to bring some material with me to teach you guys something, or in that manner as well. It's not about me being physically tired, crazy country gal. It's me spiritually being tired. Because you can sleep a 9 hour night, but if your soul's tired, um, you'll never be rested. So there's a difference in physicality tired, and then there's a difference in spirituality tired. Um, my mom definitely had a lot of suffrage in her last months of life. And then sometimes I sat 13 hours a day with her. I didn't move. I sat in a chair. I didn't leave her side. I would just go get something to eat in the hospital cafeteria. Um, my sisters, my sister and my brother and his wife would come, and my brother-in-law would come and sit with her, so I could step away for a little bit. But it's been a daily basis. I mean, I've seen things in the hospital. I mean, hospitals are no fun for mediums, so um, it's definitely a crappy thing to see people die in the next room. You know, yeah, it was draining, but you know what? That's my mom, and I would have sat there every day, all day, 24/7 with her if I could have, because um, I have a sense of, you know, I don't believe in nursing homes. I don't believe in, um, I just never did. I, don't- I've worked in them and I've seen how people are mistreated, and I would never put my mother in one, or anybody for that matter. If someone was living with me, I would never put them in an old age home out of I don't want to do this. Yeah, it definitely is. So I don't want to put my energy into these cards, so I'm trying to be careful with how I speak and how I feel, because I could put my tiredness, my energy into these cards, and I don't want to give you guys, a reading that's going to cause you to make you feel like you're in that type of situation. Just how about this, guys? I'll take three people. There's that damn word again, Addie. But this is a female now. God. Okay. I am going to. Yeah, it really is. Um, Tina, my son thought it was his fault at first because I would make Caleb go with me and sit up there with me sometimes 5-6 hours at a time, and he'd get upset because he said it was hard to sit in the chair. So he thought by him saying he wanted to go home, he thought it was his fault my mother passed. And I told him no. I explained it to him. No, nobody cares about people anymore. They care about a paycheck. And I mean, even in the hospital she was in, it was a very nurses aren't who they were 20 years ago, 15 years ago, 10 years ago, for God's sake. Um, I want to see who I'm supposed to read for in this deck. I don't know if I'm hearing Maddie or Patty. 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 Is there a Patty on here? I know I called out somebody the last time for a reading, and it just came to me. I'm Patty. Simper's mom. I'm Patty. Okay. Um, let's see. Jessica Carter. Males are better empathic givers. My parents tell me my brother. Okay. Well, I'm going to do a general reading for a Patty. Let's see what we got going on here, and whoever it's for, it will show its regard in that matter into the purpose of your life. Okay, let's see what we get here. Let's see. Yeah, but my siblings and I, and my sister-in-law and my brother-in-law, we sat there, and it was just it's really rough. It was really rough on us to see her just slowly dissipate, and some of it was very upsetting and depressing to see her. My mother's always been very awake mentally, very gifted, very everything that way. So to see her start to slow down, and that was hard. Okay, let's see what we got here. Oh, hold on, we got some cards here now. Okay. All right. Uh-huh. All right. Okay. I'm going to show you the 3 cards we got. Okay. I like this deck because it's more, to me, it's more bright and more. So we have the Drifter, experience life as it comes. Okay. So hold on, I'm going to go to the next card. And then we have Skywriting the Fates. So this comes together in the story, I think. Um, Cosmic Womb, the Divine Feminine. Okay. And I will give you my meaning for it. Okay. So we have a drifter, experience life as it comes. How many of you have a hard time? I know I'm guilty. I have a hard time with being structured. I'm very structured to the point where everything is planned out all the time. So any mishap is very hard on me mentally and spiritually. So I try to be very structured in everything I do. Um, so experiencing life as it comes. Did she see anyone in the family to bring her home? Um, when my mom um, when my mom closed her eyes, my sister-in-law actually noticed she had tears coming down her face and her eyes rolled up. Excuse me for the way I'm saying this. Um, I had asked my grandfather and my I don't speak out loud when I do this unless it's here for a child. What I do is mentally I open a door and it's light and I call upon like her mother, her father, her brother, because her brother died of colon cancer when he was 40. And I asked them all to please come for her and help her to the other place. And I seen my uncle younger. Um, my grandmother, she was around her 40s in my vision, and my grandfather was younger. So they came for her. My brother had seen a purple aura go up one side of her. I saw a pink aura go up one side of her. So yeah, it was very hard to see her do that, but um, it's what she asked for. She asked to be let go, and I had to respect that. It was very hard. I didn't want her to give up, but I'm not that one going through it. She was. So it was very hard on me and my brother and my sister, and even my sister-in-law. It was very hard. My brother-in-law. Um, I need to be more. I think my structure also is a good thing though because it keeps me always ahead of the game, I guess. Um, Experiencing life as it comes, we have to learn how to, uh, I guess you could say, drift and drift out of an elemental energetic phase. So when I say elemental, I don't mean um, a practice. I mean, I have to learn how to start taking naps because I notice I get tired in the afternoons. I don't know how to do that. As simple as it sounds, I don't know how to do that because for me, I'm constantly going and going and going. How can I just sit down and take a nap when there's so much other things to do? We have to experience life as it comes and it goes, whether it's good, whether it's bad, whether you need to slow down and you don't want to. You have to try to shift your perception in and out and see from outside perspective. You have to work on that because everybody, we take life too seriously after a certain point, and we have to realize life is about rainbows too. It's about laughter, it's about friendships and love and family. And sometimes we forget that along the way. Now, Skywriter, the fates. Okay. How many of you believe in fate? How many of you believe that our destiny is written in the stars already? How many of you believe that we choose our path before we come here? A soul contract. We choose our parents before we come here. We choose our family. I believe that. I do. I believe that. I believe we choose our battles. We choose our hardships. We choose our love, everything before we get here. Um, the fates, to me, are your destiny is written in the stars. The universe is right there for you to listen to. The universe is there for you to ask things of. All you have to do is, it's like saying, all you have to do is ask and you shall receive. It's so simple, but nobody believes that because we're always taught everything has to be so hard, everything has to be so awful. No, it doesn't. Your fate is written in the stars. You have the ability to control most aspects of your life. Emotions are controllable. We have to become a little bit less, we have to become a little bit more bulletproof and realize our feelings and our emotions take over. 99% of your thoughts are your worst enemy. If you would think of more positive ways to wake up in the morning and say, you know what, today I conquer it all. And that just goes with the fate. So you have the ability not only to help control your fate, but your fate is also as good as you want it to be. Whether it's hard, whether it's good, you control your fate. It's just how do you control your fate? You can take the good with the bad or the bad with the good. You decide. No matter what your fate is, you decide. And then you have cosmic womb, the divine feminine. Okay. Now this can go, for me, this is a female card, but I'm going to say this because I feel like I have to. How many of us, yep, exactly, Tina, you are what you make of it. Um, well, I picked the greatest parents. How did I screw up the rest so bad? Well, like I said, you're in charge of your fate. Take the good with the bad. Sometimes we fall. We don't know how to get back up. Sometimes it takes help to get back up. Sometimes it takes us to fall so hard that we have to look up and say, I don't want to be here anymore. I want to do something more with myself. Sometimes that's all it takes, but sometimes you have to fall so deep and so hard that you have to remember falling is a path to greatness. Whether someone falls off the bandwagon of their job, of cheating on a spouse, that's a hard thing. That's a hard thing to come back from. Trust. You have drugs. You have alcohol. You have, it could be the smallest thing. Sometimes we have to fall from grace in a way that we have to ask ourselves, do we want to stay there or how do we get back up? Sometimes people have a hard time getting back up. And sometimes maybe people don't get back up. But again, it goes by the fates. What are you going to make out of it? It's your choice. Free will. Remember, your mental, your spiritual, and your physical, you have to align them to become strong. And when you don't have that support, that's really hard. That's why people usually go to a state of, um, I need to cleanse myself. I need to balance my energy. Some people do it by going to church. Some people do it by getting baptized. Some people do it by um, just starting to eat healthy more, just starting to sleep more, trying to do better for themselves. It doesn't matter what it is, as long as you make an effort to go take the good with the bad and realize I'm trying, I am doing my best. And that's all you need to do. Nobody is perfect. Not one of us does not have a skeleton in our closet. We cannot look at ourselves and say, I don't want to do this because I'm a bad person. No, you're all deserving of a good life, a good laugh, a good love in your life, a good friendship, a good spouse. We just take it to a place of an emotional disconnect. That's it. Perfect, Elaine. I gave too much to everyone else and failed yourself. And remember that, and I'm not going to say you failed. You just needed to put boundaries in place. Mothers were so used to being taught everybody comes before the moms. And I'm guilty of this because I grew up, you feed yourself last. The mother always eats last. You feed your kids and you feed your husband first. But why? Because that's what we're supposed to do, right? That's what was built in our brains. A mother always puts himself last. A male will put himself last in most cases as well because he has to sometimes mostly provide for the home. He has to do this, he has to. So when does that barrier of balance come? Most people don't realize that. You are deserving. You just have to make sure you think and feel that. You can't just constantly go, 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 go. I'm guilty of it, but then I realized, you know what? I'm taking this day for myself. Everybody has to figure out something today. Today's my day. So, yes, cosmic womb, the divine feminine, okay? When we hear the divine feminine, how do you express that into a card, right? I always say women are alchemists. We are we create something into something into something into something. The old saying, you do what with your bodies? You can feed a baby, you can birth a baby, a baby grows inside you. I call women alchemists because magically we can create and we can make something so little tiny little fine thing into something beautiful and full of life. Divine The divine feminine is not only special in that way, but you have to remember with the divine feminine, there's also a masculine. And some of us have forgotten about the divine feminine because we've had to be so masculine. Okay? Because in the time and day and age that we live in, women have become more masculine energy balanced, unbalanced, instead of being feminine and masculine. Because we are all feminine and masculine energies. There is that yin and yang to us. There's a dark and light. There's both of these things in us. Okay? But some of us, we've forgotten how to be this, how to get back there, how to do this and be there for a long time. I mean, but we also have to have a safe space to be there. We also have to have that person we can be safe with, or um, that ability to be that no matter what. And it's hard for women because we don't know how to be like that anymore. Society has changed so deeply and so in a guttural way, so raw and unhealthy and unnatural. Women don't have the option anymore to feel feminine. So the hard part about it is finding your feminine, the divine feminine within you again. Um, and that is just simple little things. Love your body. Instead of saying, I need to go on a diet because I am such and such, how about I'm going to love myself today and I'm going to eat food that nourishes my soul? Anything that is fruits and vegetables, even lean meats, that helps you connect back to your divine. You know how? Because it balances the hormones in your body to make you feel happier, to make you feel more feminine. The littlest things have no clue that can change something in your body for you, spiritually, mentally, and physically. Everything we do matters. What we eat, what we drink, how we sleep, who we involve ourselves with, what music we listen to, what do we watch on TV. All of that connects to our energy fields. Where if there's women that are more feminine than masculine, then they grew up in a way to where they felt safe as a child. Um, they haven't experienced a relationship to where they haven't felt unsafe with a male, or for that matter, female. Where there are women that are more masculine, they have felt unsafe in a relationship, like they can't trust somebody, or they can't be honest with them, or they can't open up to them. So they go to the masculine energy part of themselves and they become this brick wall, this tough spot, this tough space. And that's a hard thing to balance. You have to come to a ease breaking point to where you can be both. So if you can't find someone that makes you feel that way, then you need to love yourself more and say, you know what? Until I find that person, you don't have to have a list of what this person needs to be. You don't have to find somebody else to be happy. Happiness is within, it's not an external force. Now, I will do I don't know if I have time for one more, but I guess it's country gal. Crazy country gal. I'm hearing, but I hear country gal. I'm not hearing the crazy country gal part. Um, I will do a reading for you today because um, I'm hearing the end part of your YouTube name. Crazy country gal. Okay, here's another question for you because this is what's happening right now. My tongue, it feels a little numb. Usually, that comes with energies that had something to do with speech. They lost speech before they passed. They couldn't speak. My mother spoke until right before she left. So it's either has to do with speech, has to do with connecting. Um, it could have been a health issue to do with the throat area. Um, I'm not sure what I'm going to pull for you yet, so just give me a few minutes and can you just repeat that for me? I just didn't understand what you meant. Um, no, this is coming from a female energy. Something to do with now when I say female energy, this could be anybody. It could be your mom, you could be your aunt, you could be your grandmother, it could be an energetic female form that would have been in your life. Something I have to ask, what's going on with the vehicle? Do you have a vehicle? Because I'm being asked something about why didn't you change something about the car or a vehicle? What does this mean for you? I don't know what that means. Travel. It could reference to travel. Hi, Anita. Okay, so we have resonation. Okay. Oh my God, your mom. Okay. Well, what does that mean about the vehicle? What does that mean? Something about there was a question into why didn't you change something? Now, when a car is referenced, it could be something about your actual vehicle, or it could mean why didn't you change something as in could be something about your travel. It could be something about a vacation that you didn't take. It could be something interior to your car, or something to your vehicle, something to that nature. I'm not sure what this is referencing, but if it's not about, if you don't have a vehicle, it has to do with something that it has to do something about oh, hold on. Oh boy, you got a few of them here. Hold on a minute. This might be. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to put these first because these are the first two that came. All right. She gave me hers before she passed, and my brother tried to do something to it. And yes, I just bought another car not long ago. Okay, so so then I'm assuming she's talking about her vehicle that she gave you. Then, were you trying to change something about your vehicle, like a different? Did you want that exact vehicle, or were you trying to change it, like the decision before you bought it? Was there another vehicle you wanted? Okay, so I have resonating, I have reconciliation, I have new beginnings. Oh, don't fall on me. Okay, we're just going to go in order. I'm not even going to bother looking at the cards. I'm just going to pull them as I go. Okay. Um, let me know about that, about the vehicle. Were for your vehicle specifically, was there something that you were going to change about it, like a different vehicle or something within it? And then I'm going to get to your cards because there's quite a few here. For some reason, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You got about 14 cards here, Dolly. So I got to make sure. Okay, so the first card you have is resonating. Was wanting a truck. Sorry, I can't comment fast. That's okay. You wanted your truck. Okay. So it could have been that, or it could have been the fact that you said your brother, she gave you her car and your brother tried to do something to it. Okay, so either way, that has a message for you. Resonating. How often are you resonating with situations that okay, honey, I'll can you put his is it a male? Because I was going to say he, automatically he. Um, resonating. What do you find yourself resonating with? I will always say go with less and less. Yes, Cindy. Good night, honey. Thank you for joining tonight. It was a pleasure to have you here. What do you find yourself resonating with less and less and less? And this is for, I'm just going to say country girl because that's what the female energy gave me the one for. Okay. Resonating with less and less and less and less because of some things that have to do with um, past hurt relationships. It could be family, it could be friends, it could be loved ones. Um, because I'm going to say this to you because when we don't reconcile something, that still leaves a pathway to an unhealed thing in your life, an unhealed um, relationship, an unhealed wound, not physically but spiritually. And it leaves you for, I guess you could say, unhealed places within you. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. So crazy gal nailed it. Okay. Now, okay, let me flip this card over here. Let's see what we got here next. Wailing tree. Reconciliations. So, wailing tree. When you see a tree in a card reading, you are the tree. You are the life force. You are the roots embedded into the earth. You are the tree trunk. Your limbs are your extended energy, your life force. So when I see this in a card, reconciliations represents to me, um, no matter how a person hurts you, their forgiveness towards you is not for the faint of heart. It's you have to look at the situation and say, I don't need them to tell me they're sorry. I let go of it because I don't want to hang on to their anger while they move forward. Because that can help you not resonate towards a more positive turnaround later on in life. Do you understand? Oh, thank you, Chloe Jade. Okay, Moon Maiden, new beginnings. Here, it's a story here. So when you but when you say let it go, we can physically speak it with our tongue. Now that's funny. You remember where I told you about my tongue being numb? So when you speak it, do you feel the letting go? Because letting go, you really have to not care anymore about um, how they hurt you. You just know you're not going to hang on to that anymore, and they're not going to grow from the experience with you. You're going to grow from the experience from them because they taught you a lesson. And whether it's not trusting, and whether it's growing away from their circumstances of physical, emotional abuse, it could be anything. Um, so you have to really let go and forgive yourself. You don't gotta speak to them. You don't have to talk to them. That sometimes doesn't help. Just letting go does. Um, Here we are again, the fates. Um, New beginnings and fates. Do you see how letting go opens? Do you understand carrying things with you and letting them fester inside you? It stops you from it's like a woven path of um, opening new doors, because you're hanging on to those doors that are completely closed instead of opening them and say, you know what, I felt that. You taught me something. Thank you. But I never have to experience that again. The fates. Cosmic womb divine. So this card, if I'm pulling this card for you, this tells me you're hanging on to more masculine energy than feminine energy. You're hanging on to more masculine energy, dear. And I mean that in the most kindest way. Why? Okay. Sorry. So, Miss, that makes sense. I've always been the one to do for everyone, but not myself. Um, so when I say connect to your divine feminine, take that time to, when I say divine feminine, I mean just really look at yourself. Don't look at yourself with disgust or hate or, God, look at my hair. It might be gray, or look at my skin, or I'm not what I used to look like. Don't look at yourself like that. Don't look at yourself at all like that. Just know that you're a divine feminine force of nature. You're beautiful in spirit and physicality and mentally. You have to look at yourself in that way, and then really do something for yourself and understand not everything has to be so masculine. Okay? And I don't mean masculine in physical wise. I mean spiritual wise. Think of more nurturing ways to love yourself. Femininity is nurturing. Women are nurturers. Crazy Gail, I want to cry when I look at myself because I'm messed some things up in life. And you know what? But you know what? I want you to think of it this way. You acknowledge that. Can you take it back? No, you can't. Can you say you're sorry? Sure. But at the same time, you can't hold on to that because you'll never grow to the next stage. Guilt can really eat you up inside, and you don't want to live like that. Unmarked trail, revelations. Okay? Sometimes readings get a little too personal sometimes. I feel like sometimes they get so personal that, but it's also like a cleansing for the soul too. Revelations come. And I think that goes back to femininity. And I think that's why you became more masculine energy because a revelation came to you. Something happened in a revelation that forced you to become a masculine energy. You understand? And sometimes those revelations can be the best thing ever because you're learning exactly what you need to do from them. You have to remember, new doors don't open till you close the old ones. And I have a problem holding on to things even if they are bad for me. Well, learn from what you're saying, learn from what you're telling me. Okay? Learn from that. Tell yourself every day, you're going to wake up and today I am going to think everything is going to happen for me for the highest, greater good of all. Every lesson is a blessing, and that's what you have to look at. Because once you start putting those positive little nooks and crannies in your brain when you wake up every single day, you're going to notice it's going to start changing in a more positive aspect. Don't tell yourself you're a victim or don't tell yourself that you're not learning from something because everything that happens in our life is a lesson. Everything. Okay? Grace and generosity. You ever hear the phrase being grateful for the smallest gesture is the biggest thanks to the universe? Sometimes that's all we need to do to gain a more beneficial, positive flow of energy. If you'll notice that you'll start to notice more positive things coming to us more and more and more and more. All we have to do is show grace and generosity. Now, generosity, right? What does that mean to anybody? Generosity. It doesn't mean you have to give money to somebody. It just means you see a homeless person on the side of the street and you see them asking for money. You can simply just say, "Can I pray with you today? Can I pray with you? Can I pray over you?" That's generosity. You're giving someone a sense of hope. Give someone a sense of hope. Give someone a sense of peace. But also do it for yourself too. It's not about everybody else. Be generous to yourself. Be kind to yourself. We live in a world that everything has to be so perfectionized. We see all these things on TV. We see all these people on YouTube and we see all these people on these TV shows and Facebook. Their lives are not perfect. They make them out to be. So we stray away from authentic generosity to ourselves because we try to appease everybody else instead of ourselves. If your cup is not running over, how is your cup going to be lucrative? You have to think of yourself first too. And if are you grounding your energy? Are you centering your energy? Because empathic people need to do that. Initiation. See the crossroads, initiation, crossing over into a new path, initiating a new path, a new entryway, a new beginning. All you have to do is see the light at the end of the tunnel. Your thoughts will get the best of you. Your mind is your worst enemy. 99.9% of the time, your thoughts create your reality. Initiate yourself into something powerful and understanding. If you believe you can do it, you can do it. Okay? The courage to step into life. You hold yourself back from a lot of things, don't you? And remember, nothing we say here is an embarrassment to you, or it's nothing to make you feel upset. You try, but you get distracted. That's okay. Who doesn't nowadays? Okay? You know what's a good thing to do too is making a list of things and saying, it's okay not to do this one today. I'm going to do the smallest and big chores, break them into small portions so you have time to give the courage to love yourself some. Do you understand what you could change in yourself mentally to the physicality of you if you mentally go there and be strong? You can do it. It's breaking each day, staying off the phone in the morning, or doing something more positive in the morning, like telling yourself how wonderful you are, how great this day is going to be. Go eat a nice healthy breakfast. Do things that graciously are generous to your body and your minds and your thought. Okay? Straddling the worlds, wandering between realms. This tells me this is a metaphorical thing, okay? Wandering between the realms, okay? You have a hard time because you're an empath. So this card tells me right here, you have a hard time balancing your own emotions because you take in everybody else's emotions and you don't get rid of them. You don't ground and you don't center. This tells me you become like a little unbalanced energetically. You'll feel either really sad or really happy or really angry, and you don't know how to get rid of it. You have to try to ground and center. You have to try to, because if you don't ground and center, you can feel like you're stuck in between things mentally. You don't make this. I'm not saying you're a bad person. You don't make the right choices. You make sporadic thinking that can get you into a harsh situation or uh, things that you carry along with you, but you don't let go off your back. Stranger curiosity. How many people do you cross paths with that you're curious and you want to talk to? How many people have you wanted to just interact with, but something held you back from it? But you were curious about it. But there's something blocking that curiosity. Fear, doubt, and not expressing your individuality. Individuality is teaching yourself you're good at something, you're talented, you're special. Okay? Your fears, here we are here again, and your talents. Your talents, you might not feel like they're good enough. You have to stop. When I say self loathing, I mean that in a kind way. Don't take the wrong way. Some words are harsh, but that came to mind. You self loathe over things. You are a good lady. I'm amazed. Wowza. A lot of people come up to me and tell me their problems and time, and I'm just like, yeah. And but you know what you're doing? You're taking all that with you because you have that you have that understanding. Well, if I could just make you feel better, I'll talk to you. But what you don't understand is you're a sponge and you're taking it all in. You're taking it all in, but you're not getting rid of it. You're not putting it into the earth. You're not grounding your energy. So it's going to make you physical. Your physicality is going to be unbalanced. Your mentality is going to be unbalanced. Um, and to get rid of it, it's just a simple visualization practice, and it helps you immensely too. Let's see what this one is. We got one more after this. Preparations come to fruition. Okay. When putting in your efforts, it shows how far you go. And One of the things I think is the issue is you're afraid to let people see the real you because you don't want to be judged. Oh, yeah. If you're tired all the time, big time, empaths take on energy of everybody else. And if they don't rid it, like tonight when I leave here, I have to go ground and center my energy. I have to let go of all the energy I've come in contact with, because I take home, uh, how I felt, the chest, the neck, the hurt, the sad, the good, the bad. I'll take that home with me and it'll just fester inside me. And if I don't rid it, it's going to stay there. And then I'll become. So when I work children's cases like tonight, like Summer Wells, when I first started her case, I locked myself in a room for a couple of days because it was just like I became angry. I wanted solitude. I wanted nothing to do with anybody. And that gets really hard because the energy stays with you if you don't make it leave. Preparations to come into fruition is you have the ability and the compatibility to literally put yourself in the highest realm of goodness. And I mean that spiritually. You have the ability to raise your vibrations so high that nothing can potentially bother you. Okay? But it comes with positive thinking. You can't take in everybody else's hurts home with you. You can't take in guilt. You can't take in the hate. You can't take in the, you know, I'm not good enough to show people who I really am. Because if you just understand how to get to this level, you're untouchable. I have a motto. And I'm going to say this, I'm going to say a little swear word here. I don't give a shit who doesn't like me. I tell you that. I live my life day by day doing what I love, helping people, but I also set boundaries because if I don't put that level with that level, it's going to be here we are, up and down, up and down, up and down mentally. Do I have to live structured? Yes, because that's part of me that makes me more productive. Um, eh, I don't have time to be unbalanced in that way, so I have to constantly make myself understand I am worthy of a stress free time today. I'm worthy of giving myself love. Everything comes with a ladder. You have to climb that ladder, you have to raise those vibrations. Ego stimulation. Now, do I mean you're egotistical? No. Um, um, Ego stimulation. Some people, um, empaths carry this because, I'll tell you why. Empaths carry ego stimulation because when we help people, we feel like we've just changed the world. We feel like we've done things for people that no one else could. That's an ego stimulation. And there are some people that live by it so much that that's the only reason why they help people nowadays. It's for self gratification. I don't think you have that problem, but at some point in life, it will get to that stage. And that's where you want to break that tie off. You want to do things because you want to help people. You understand what I'm saying? That is a hard balance because we all want to help people, and it does feel good to help people. It makes your heart feel good, right? Because I know that's what makes me feel good. My return and my gift is I feel good about helping somebody else. But then you have those empaths that are, I'm going to help them because it makes me feel special and makes me feel like I'm on top of the world. There's a difference in the two. Do you understand? A lot of the times it's very, um, I give you, you're going to give me back, but you're going to make me feel like I'm on top of the world type thing. I don't have that. Uh, I don't have that type of, to me, it's very, I help people no matter what in the end. And I did my job the best of my ability. And that's all there is to it. There is no, you can't have a backstory behind it because then it becomes uh, an expected feeling all the time. You need to be validated all the time that you help somebody. You don't need to be that way. Empaths get like that after a point because they are the go-to people sometimes, and it's just not good to get that far. So if I'm going to be, my advice for that would be, um, strength comes in the ability to just be a powerful, kind-hearted person, and don't get so involved with wanting to help people that you look for the self gratification. You know what I'm saying? Yes, I understand. Wow, and thank you. I don't know how to ground myself, though I tried listening to those meditations. But you know what, though? Those meditations are meant for people, even though I'm a medium, um, I can silence my mind to the point where there's not a single thought. It's like I go into delta and theta off and on very easily. Um, for me, I always tell people practice your visualization practices. So, because meditation is visualization, use your memory banks. That's what they're there for. You can practice, you can study. Use something as simple as a memory of your. How many of you right now can say, I remember what my child looked like at, excuse me, 2 years old? How many of you can remember a birthday party, a graduation, a wedding, a anything, a beach day with your kids or a family? How many of you can sit there and say, I can remember that day like it was yesterday? That's visualization. Your light thing on the table beside you just lit up. Don't know what you mean, honey. I have a candle lit right there. Um, okay, so if you can do that, you can visualize, and when you master the ability to when you master the ability to be able to do so, then you master the ability to visualize. There is like a 3-step thing that I teach people. First, it's to visualize anything and everything: a cat, a dog, a piece of fruit, an animal, a person, a spouse, a friend, a mother, a father, you name it. It's in your memory banks. You can use it. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying now. I'm looking at it right here. Yeah. Um, wow, Lane, Sunny. Everybody sends Lane some hearts. My God. We haven't been on for a while. I had 2 great grandsons. I lost one. He was stillborn April 28th at 8 months. His name was Rain and Kane, born on Mother's Day. I, I've never experienced that type of hurt. Losing a child is absolutely the worst hurt ever. My goodness. So sorry to hear that, dear. I understand. I understand it though. I mean, I've had miscarriages. I knew one was a boy, so I understand. I know how that feels. Um, I do teach a 3-step visualization practice. One is to use your memory banks first, um, so you can visualize pictures because you're going to need that to ground your energy. That's number one. Number two is to visualize something you can associate yourself with. Um, I taught somebody how to ground and center their energy. Um, they were an electric cord going into the wall. I always tell people you can do something as simple as a tree. Visualize yourself as a tree. You're sending your roots deep into the earth, past the rocks, the mold, the water, and you're going into the earth's core. To me, the earth's core has this white, beautiful, healing light, and you ask Mother Earth to open your roots, to heal your roots. You're going to send down all that energy through your body into your roots. And that's what I mean by visualization, because you need to visualize this in order to send your energy down. Now, do you have to do it this way? No, I have other ways of teaching, but this is the best method I found out for a lot of people. I teach people, we could go into this at another time, but um, these are just some of the studies I teach people one by one, like in a group. And it's better face to face because I can teach people breathing methods. I can teach people um, sound of my voice relaxes them in a way that I do things. Um, it's very, very different from here than it is on uh, the members perks because it's more in depth time together, a more personal level. Um, we do talk about cases, we do tarot readings, but the studies that I teach people, um, I will be teaching and it gives people a safe place to talk about paranormal uh, experiences that they're too afraid to say on here or ashamed, or some people are private like that. They'd rather do it in a smaller setting. So there's a lot of different things that we talk about. You know what, country gal, a lot of people say that, and I don't know what it is about my voice. A lot of people say that. Um, but I hope I helped you guys out today, and I hope this live was, worth the long wait, and we had a great time tonight. My next live is going to be more in depth, strictly. Um, but if the energy switches out, changes hands like it did tonight a couple times, that I don't really have a choice over unless I shut energy out for a purpose of rudeness. Well, thank you. Um, for those on members perks, we're going to be talking about um, certain things about. I heard just get it over with, just say it. A lot of people won't understand it until you show them. um, so in New Orleans, we have a family down in Louisiana and took roots down in New Orleans way back some hundreds. I guess you could say over 100 something years ago. Um, oh, they always do that. I'm used to it. um, and I was going to talk about destiny swapping. I think that's a really important thing to understand, to grasp. I mean, you guys go look it up, but and more so when you are understanding of the culture um, in New Orleans, or they call it NOLA. Uh, I will be talking about that on a deeper level, in a more understanding level, on my Zoom live. Yes, destiny swapping. It's a real thing. Sounds crazy, right? But I came across this and oh, some years back, and I never got to speak on it because everything is always so up and down, in healthcare. And you have to find that balance in healthcare. So I'm going to be speaking on destiny swapping, and is it what it sounds like? It's a form of a practice, but it dates back hundreds and hundreds of years. It talks I will get on that same page with you guys about that. We'll be talking about a lot of different venues that way, and I will bring some stuff up here. I'm just not sure what too many people are interested in. Um, I have ancestors that are from New Orleans, and um, I'll get more into that. What I mean by that, a lot of people are going to say, "Well, I don't know how. You look white." I have relatives that are um, Creole French. I have um, they teach me about medicine. They teach me about a lot of my medicine videos. You're going to be getting that strictly from spirit. That's not from a living person. That's from a strictly a spirit form that has taught me over the years. And I never give out anything that I have not validated or verified. Um, but it's like a a medicinal library from your ancestral line. How can one do a one-on-one reading with you? Um, I usually keep that part. Um, I usually keep that part separate from here um, because of I've had suspects come looking for me. I've had um, people try to find out who I am on a higher level outside of YouTube for safety reasons. I don't do that. Um, but I also had my Facebook. I've almost had my Facebook hacked by the Proudfoots. Um, I've also been being sent massive fake profiles. um, that's as of lately. This is not something old. I'm talking about so recent on my Facebook for my page for my Rose Elizabeth page. I just deleted about 40 of them. They just keep sending them and sending them. Um, it's in hopes that people will see what's on my Facebook page because they assume it's more private in that venue about like what I say about Sebastian on there. Um, what do I talk about with Summer on there? There's a lot of different things that I keep so private that they are not on here. You guys only get a glimpse of what I talk about on here. You can never give the full thing out because it's not a good thing to give everything out and make it so public. Um, Crazy country gal. The one case being in the Savannah Spurlock case, I had the Sparks brothers um, reaching out from multiple accounts, multiple accounts. Um, so I mean, this isn't for money for me. This is not a money thing for me. Because if that was the case, I would give you all of my business information for everybody to come and get readings for me to pay me. Um, I don't work like that. Um, it's not the purpose of because it's just a safety thing. I'm not that in desperate need of money that I need to just be careless of who I give information to. I have to be very strict on my beliefs and I have to be very strict on what I teach people and how to teach them and safety of my family and all of that matters. Oh, honey, I mean, but look at YouTube though. Look at the Proudfoots how they're just going on everybody's YouTube channel. And then you have the other. There are some uh, content creators. Well, can't really call them a content creator because they use everybody else's content and make videos about them. But you all know who I'm speaking about. But I just have to be very careful on that level. I wouldn't mind giving a lot of you readings on here, um, but this is a more controlled way for me to be here with you guys and have safety for me and my family at home too. Um, I definitely love being here with you guys. Um, well, I can definitely do what I can here for you guys. I this is I gotta say whatever I have from both of my parents and my grand. Both sides of my family have abilities, um, but my mom, she, I watched. You ever hear the old Appalachian Way is I think it's like taking fire out of a wound. And my mother was a healer, was an actual physical healer. She could heal your wounds. She could stop bleeding. She could stop the bleeding on a cut on your body. My mother was very gifted. I mean, on levels to where I won't even speak of on here because, but I get this from my parents. This is something that's just in our genetic line. Um, oh, that's okay. Um, but I definitely will be picking a day for Zoom. I've been promising a lot of people about a Zoom, and I'm just getting back on my toes, trying to be back to normal as maybe a little bit by little bit. So we'll get there. I just have to reserve my energy because my local business, I have to do readings and live lives and walkthroughs of homes, and um, I have lots of things that I do with that business as well. Um, but I definitely, well, thank you, everybody. Um, I definitely want to get on here one more time this month with you guys, this group. Hold on one second. Let me just see. So today's only the third. Um, oh gosh, we got plenty of time. I could probably do. I'm probably going to do another one the 17th, same time. And I'll mark it down in my calendar so we all know when the next, you know, public live will be on Face or YouTube. I am doing a Facebook live June 9th at 10 a.m. for those who are on my Facebook. I try to do those that for the people that are they don't have a YouTube channel. Some do, some don't, but I try to do a live when I can with them. So I will be doing a live next Monday, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to be doing a Zoom live. I have to do those between a Monday and a Wednesday now because my schedule is amping up now that I'm back trying to get everything back to normal. So my from Thursday to Sunday, my schedule is very strict. So our lives will end up being from Monday to Wednesdays after this week. There won't be any more Friday, Saturday, Sunday type thing. If there is, I'll let you guys know. But I'm trying to stick to a Monday between a Monday and a Wednesday. Um, nope, honey. It's going to be the 17th. Sebastian Strong. 17th. Same time. So whoever wants to be on a Facebook live, you got to join the Facebook guys. I try to make sure everybody is taken care of that way. So today, the 9th, the 17th, I'm making a day for the Zoom live for definite this month for the members perks. Like I said, that is a more in depth. I teach people um, spiritual spiritual protection against spiritual warfare. I teach them how to use their gift, how to use their energy, how to expand, how to look at their aura. I could go on and on and on and on, but I teach people. I just haven't been where I want or needed to be because I needed to be there for my mom first. And I'm sure all you guys understand that. Oh, I see, honey. Yeah, it'll be the 18th for you because she's in Australia. um, so I definitely, yes, I definitely don't purposely do specific things for members perks because they pay me because I've made it so cheap that it's not about making money. It's just about, I'm taking my time to do this extra stuff, this extra energy work. I don't do it for money. Um, it's more of you got to have people also, if it's like paying for a class, really. because you're paying for the energy that I'm using to teach you with. It's really all it is. It's I accidentally added you to Facebook. It's been so long. I've been on there. I forgot it was a request, not a follow. Oh, that's okay. Um, so definitely, whoever wants to sign up for perks, you do, you do, you don't, you don't. That's okay. You can follow me on Facebook. Um, I'm not a big Instagram person, guys. I don't care for Instagram. I'm not a big, really not a big internet person. Really, believe it or not, at all. Um, if I could just travel state to state and see you guys, I would. Um, I am going to be doing more traveling now. Um, I will be. So when I announce I'm coming to this place, it'll be for a reading, a general group read of me going into, because I do live readings that way. I'll get on stage to do readings, or I'll do a group reading. I'll do private readings. I do walk through people's homes to check their energy in their home. People call me for that. Um, so if I'm going to be coming to your state, um, I'm not sure who lives where, but I'll announce it on here, and it'll be already a booked venue to where, um, yes, tickets would have to be bought if I'm coming there to do readings. It's just, but they're not going to be. They're going to be inexpensive, because I just feel like people don't need to spend $150 to come see me. You know what I mean? Um, my outcome and my outlook is to travel to places and go help people. So, um, when will I be in Tennessee? Oh boy, I don't know about that one. Um, I'm definitely looking to go into Kentucky first, and that's because I had a few people. I have a couple of families I work with out there that I'm going to be doing some searches with eventually. Um, just this year has gotten. By next summer, I'll be in Kentucky. I'll be in Kentucky doing some on boots on the ground searches with families I'm working with. Um, so that'll be my first big move, not as in physical move, but as in travel to another place to help families with their missing loved ones. North Dakota, you know where, I've always wanted to head out that way to Montana, to places across the map there. We're in Maine up here, so um, Maine is like that little tiny place up there in the corner of the map, and we definitely kind of, you know, I'm looking to. We head to New York one every summer, but other than that, I tend to stay where I'm at. Um, oh, I'd love to go out to them places. Um, I usually just travel with a small camera crew. Uh, most of it is mostly is family only. I don't travel with outsiders. Um, I'm very strict about who I spend time with if I travel, or uh, I'm giving that sense. So I don't travel outside of my you know my realm of comfort in that way. Um, but my first big, okay, sure. Sarah, quick question, if I may ask. Brian Colbert, do you think the court hearing will be ahead in August? Um, I don't really follow news, and I don't follow cases unless they're brought up here. So, for me to give you a definitive, let me see. As in, moving forward with the trial, is that what you're saying? Okay. Um, I hear distinctive measures to go forth. Distinctive measures to go forth. So I'm assuming that's a yes. But so you guys know. And if you guys want to come on down to Kentucky, we can all hang out. I'm going to try to find, I am going to help missing people. I do have a couple of families I'm working with down there to help find their loved ones. But I can also do like a big venue there. If you guys are close to there and want to come see me, I mean, I usually do a live show and then afterwards, um, I I was supposed to do a book signing this year. I didn't get to it. So my next big thing is to write the actual book that I've been planning on writing. I've been writing little things, chapters, and things like that. Um, yes. Uh, will Karen Reed be acquitted? I'm not sure who that is. Karen Reed. Karen Reed. Karen. I don't know why I'm having like a brain fart for that. Karen Reed. But um, I hear the word no. So uh, I hear the word no for your question, Susie. I don't know who Karen Reed is. Can you guys refresh me on her? But I hear the word no, just so we're clear. She was the girlfriend of the Boston police officer found deceased outside in the winter a few years ago. I heard the word no, so that's what I'm going to go with. Um, is it subject to change? Sure, depends on what comes through. They thought she hit him with her car. Oh, okay. Um, well, I hear no, so what she looks like, where she's from. Um, oh, Boston. Duh, you put it there. Um, what does that say? Something mass trial right now. They're having a mass trial on it right now. Are you asking me if Brian Kohlberger will be found guilty? Yes, this is a retrial even. Oh, okay. I will, when I do go to Kentucky next summer, because this will be next summer. It's not going to be this summer for sure, because I was supposed to go this summer, but with everything going on, I just not going to do it this year. Um, I mean, we can. I mean, if I ask spirit, it's a yes or a no. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm right, I'm right. I don't dig deep into, you know, my gift is being poor or good. If I get a right answer or a yes, no answer. It's just I'm very into what I ask, what they give. I will give you guys the date when I get ready to come down to Kentucky. Um, I definitely won't be coming alone. I will be coming with a group of people. I think it's time for arresting Sebastian's case too. Sebastian's case should already be solved. Number one, that's for me. Just my God, this is a no-brainer. Okay, I don't need to be a psychic medium to say who's guilty, who's not guilty. None of us do. Uh, Poor police work, poor judgment of character, poor. Um, to me, to me, and this is allegedly, this is my opinion. To me, the Proudfoots are very, very good with the governor, Whitley. There's something of a connection there. Yeah, I know. I'm aware of that. Um, I definitely have to. Okay, I'm not even going to get into that right now. But also, I don't know how many of you remember a gentleman on YouTube. I don't even know his name or the channel. Um, he called down to the police station or to the sheriff's department, and they asked if the Proudfoots were friends with any sheriffs, and well, not Sheriff Craddock. I mean, there is connections there. These people do have pull. Um, I think this goes a lot deeper than I think it goes a lot deeper than any of us understand or can fathom. I also do think this has to do with Whitley. Um, there's a pull towards him in a way that makes me feel the family. I mean, how many crooked DAs have been convicted in Tennessee? You go look it up. I want you all to go look it up. You'd be surprised. Um, yeah, it's a connection thing. I think these, and it's about money. It's about money. It's got to do uh, with who knows who. Like I said, to me, this also has to do with military. Um, anybody that speaks of assault in a way of a snuggle struggle and you still get into the sheriff's department, that's a problem. That's a big problem. Now, I will be back on here the 17th at 8 p.m. June 17th at 8 p.m. So mark that day down, everybody. June 17th, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That'll be our live together. This one will be more structured. Um, for, I think, Cool Molly, about the cases for, um, excuse me, I'm having a brain fart. Uh, the predictions for cases, fine. I'm cool with that. I don't even care. Like, I definitely will just say what I say. I don't go out of my way to really put effort into it because energy comes to me that way. It's either yes or it's a no, period. We definitely can do that. Anybody that wants to join the Facebook Live on the 9th at 10 a.m., go look for my Facebook. You'll find it on there. Rose Elizabeth. Um, so that'll be the next. The members perks live for Zoom. I'm going to make that the 25th of June. And that will be, I will be sending out email invites for the perks people on here. Um, so I definitely will be sending out invites to you guys. I'm pretty sure I have a lot of emails sent to me from a lot of you guys already. That's what I really just need is your email so I can send you the invite through email. And then we'll be all face to face, one to one, learning, doing things. Susie, okay, one more. Will Karen Reed have a hung jury? I hear no, but then I hear two. So what does two mean? I'm not sure. Is there going to be two jurors that are going to be, is this going to be, I'm hearing the word skeptical. So I'm wondering if two of the jurors are going to keep it in. Um, is it going to be a while before they get the verdict back? Uh, is it going to be, there's going to be a couple jurors that are going to have a problem and it's going to make it harder to get a fast verdict. Um, I'm not sure. Can you guys tell me what the hammer means in that case? The hammer, unless they're talking about she's going to get the hammer. This is the retrial. Last one was hung. Oh, wow. Okay. The hammer. The hammer. Maybe she's going to get the hammer this time. Well, when they hit the hammer on the little piece on the I don't know. I have no idea what that means. I was thinking the gavel. There you go. Um, was there a hammer in the case? I don't know about these cases, so if I'm not in depth with it, I'm just going to be like, okay, this is what's coming through. Do you see what I mean? Do you see the reference of it? It's either a yes or a no from me from spirit or whatever comes through that way. I will be going on vacation this summer. Um, I'm not sure what part I'm going to, but we're going to be heading to Florida this year. Um, so if anybody or if you're any of you guys are from Florida, let me know ahead of time and we can make a pit stop there. We'll definitely be going to, I'm not sure yet where we're going to be going in Florida, but I will be going there this year. So, everyone, how was the live tonight? How did you guys feel about tonight? The readings, the tarot card, well, the oracle card pulls. Um, we are in massive droughts here. Oh, well, that's okay, guys. I'm just glad that you guys got to finally get up and get to join the live. I wasn't sure if I was going to do it this morning because I didn't sleep last night. I said, you know what? I have to get it done because I have to get back on track. So I will see you all the 17th. Sorry, I got a message here. Okay. Oh, you're welcome. Well, I'm glad to have you all here. It was good to have you all here. It was good to be back on with you guys. I definitely felt, a sense of peace being here again tonight. 17th, I'll see you guys at 8 p.m. Don't don't forget, be there or be square. um, and for those on Facebook, I'll see you on Monday, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay, everybody. And let's I do apologize, Susie, for her poor behavior. This person that was on here, but I will not allow anybody to disrespect my mods or the people that are on here. For me, I'm just like, whatever. Your attitude, you can keep it. I won't even interact with your comment. But when she started to get rude with Susie, that was one thing I wasn't going to put up with. So, all right. I will see you guys the 17th, unless you're on my Facebook. And then I will see you at 10 a.m. And you can go see that live or that Facebook live um, if you're on Facebook in your work or something like that. Sure. Why not? All right, my darlings. Please stay safe. Watch your six. As I always tell you, pay attention to your surroundings, please. And I just seen an orb. Pay attention to who's around you, what's around you, and just be safe out there, please. Uh, Women don't have an option to always be around someone strong to keep us safe. So always, always watch your six. Okay, everybody? All right, everybody, stay safe out there.
Have a good night.